If President Tracy and Councilor Hightower are ready to proceed, if you could turn your cameras on, that'd be great. Great. I think if there's no objection, we'll get started. I'll call the Board of Finance to order at 5:04 p.m. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. And I welcome a motion regarding it.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. I didn't hear you, President Tracy. Press a second by President Tracy. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us as we again have basically an all remote, virtually all remote meeting tonight. The next item on the agenda is the public forum. And if you are on the Zoom and would like to speak to the Board of Finance, please use the raise hand function. President Tracy, is there anyone there with you in Memorial and Contoys?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So I am not seeing any raised hands. So I'm going to close the public forum and move to the consent agenda, which is item 3.01. I would welcome a motion to accept the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Paul. Thank you. All those, any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we have adopted the consent agenda. So our next item, we're now moving to the section of the agenda for approval and recommendation to the City Council, which is the rest of the agenda. And the first item is 4.01, the approval of Marina slip and mooring fees. Cindy and Aaron, welcome. Why don't you give us a short summary of this item?
So basically, and I apologize, when I look to my left, that's where I have everything set up right there. So we have in front of you the mooring and dock fees per the city ordinance. We need to bring those to council whenever we're looking to increase those. And so we have that information for you. There's a few no changes, but then there's some modest increases in our seasonal boat slips. We're showing the highest increases at our moorings, with the exception of our monthly slip and monthly mooring, which we realized needed to have a significant increase to make them really much more competitive as far as pricing goes. They were pretty low. But that's our information. We are very much looking forward to 2022 with the border open. It's been a pretty quiet 2 years down at the Marina. While we saw our numbers increase at the campground, it bounced back. Campground had a full bounce back. We had the first year of all 50 states and Washington, D.C. represented at North Beach Campground. We did not make a recuperation like that at all at the Marina, with 2/3 of our boaters typically from Canada. We did not make that up with other New York or Vermont boaters. Part of that is just there's only so many boats on the lake. And the second part there is that there's just much more competition. Since 2019, which was our last full year. We've got the full build out of Burlington Harbor Marina and the expansion of the Ferry Dock Marina. But we're excited for 2022, and we hope that during a pandemic, the Canadians all bought boats and that they can't wait to get down to Burlington and enjoy all the great things that we offer down here.
Great, thank you, Cindy. How would the board like to proceed? Further questions? Are you ready for a motion? Councilor Hightower.
I'll move to approve and recommend that the City Council approve the 2022 Marina fees as set forth in the attached table on board docs.
Thank you. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by President Tracy. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
and Aaron, and yes, we're hopeful for different summer down there on the waterfront. 4.02 contract. So an amendment to the contract with OpenGov. Catherine, can you tee this up for us quickly?
Sure, you probably know OpenGov because it is the backbone of the new permitting software. And one of the additional uses that we are hoping to take advantage of is this awesome new capital software that would help us a lot right now if we had it, because what it does is it helps us to provide a lot of transparency to the public of what's happening with their capital dollars. The software that we're hoping that gets approved tonight would be part of our project budgeting and accounting efforts, and would feed directly to a part of the city website showing what's been done, what money's still left, and we would also link to photos. So would really be a step forward in terms of people being able to see within the period of the bond what's happening on a more regular basis, and takes advantage of a software we already have.
Great, thank you, Catherine. How would how the board like to proceed? Are we ready for a motion? Councilor Paul.
I'll make a motion to take the action as recommended in board docs.
Great. Seconded by President Tracy. Discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We will move now to 4.03, which is the creation of 3 positions in the clerk treasurer's office. Catherine, can you summarize these quickly?
Of course. So one of these is not like the others, and I'll start with that one. And this first started as a request from the police commission for more support. And that request came at the end of last fiscal year. We originally put that position in the planning department. We thought it was going to be more of a planning position. As we spoke, I didn't speak with them, but as Jordan and others spoke with those people who needed the support, we realized it was more administrative in nature, so that fit better into the CT office. Also, it was more like half a position. So a good fit was under our licensing and voting coordinator, which is a big title. You might be like, who is that? That's Lori Olberg. And she had an administrative assistant under her previously, taken away for budget reasons. So it'll be first priority police commission, second priority helping to prepare the agendas for Board of Finance, City Council, and then other board and commission work. Then the other 2 positions are specifically to take advantage of the really what we see as onslaught of federal money, not only coming from the federal infrastructure bill, but a lot of money coming from there, as we've talked about in light of the capital bond. There's also lots more money that's competitive, we are eligible for from federal ARPA money and state ARPA money. There may be, as we know, elements of Build Back Better that passes. There could be money there. As we have spoken about, there is a need for us to include all sorts of equity investments in our structural budget. And there's grant money available for that, as well as public health. So it is probably obvious to you, we don't have the in-house resources to deal with all of that. The mayor tasked myself, Kara Al-Naswari, and Megan Tuttle as a working group with coming up with recommendations about how to resource this, whether we should outsource to a firm or bring staff in-house. That group made a recommendation after some research and reflection that it was both more cost effective and more advantageous to recommend these two limited service positions, because we know we will have grant opportunities for at least the next 2 years. And those of you who have been in this position know that the firms that do this charge a lot of money, and they also take on multiple clients, so you're not their first priority when those grant opportunities come up. So we were looking for a model where we hire someone who is a grant expert who can partner with our department heads in getting these grants out the door, and really help us at that identification stage, and then partner with department heads through the process. And those are those two positions. We have a lot to discuss, so I'll stop talking unless you have questions.
Okay, Catherine, I think that's really helpful. The floor is open for questions or a motion. Councilor Hightower.
I think just a more general question for my own curiosity is, I saw in the org chat that was attached, there were several other vacant positions, and wondering if we can just touch on where those are in the queue and how confident we feel about, I guess, the likelihood that we'll get someone for these positions at the current salary rate.
Catherine, can you speak to that?
That is a great question. I have a little concern about the grants associate, which I talked to HR about, but we are going to mount a rapid recruit, and if it doesn't work, we will come back to you for plan B. The good news is I just saw from Chapin Spencer a good outline of what's in the infrastructure bill, and the mayor at every Monday leadership meeting says, have we missed any deadlines? Have we missed any deadlines? Like, we haven't missed any deadlines yet. We have a little bit of time here as we get ourselves together, and we are continuing to track these opportunities while we try and build up our resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Further questions? Or are we ready for a motion on these?
Move to recommend that the city council approve the 3 positions as listed on board docs.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. Is there a second? President Tracy, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Catherine. This now brings us to 4.04, the reclassification of a project manager position in the Innovation Technology Department. Is there, see Tony has his camera on. Is this, Catherine, you're gonna take
I
this?
can actually start and then be supported by Tony. Then I'll take a break for a bit. This is actually something that Brian Lowe wanted to do before he left. But this is an incumbent staff, a project manager in IT, who was not reassessed. Why am I reclassified? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Reclassified some time ago. It's in the memo, I believe 2018. At the time, the assumption was that the employee, because it's a little bit of a hybrid role, perhaps you could say, would only be doing IT work 25% of the time. And so the salary was not put on the same IT scale as everyone else in the department. It's quickly become apparent that that employee does the same amount of IT work as everyone else in the department. And so as a matter of equity, we are reclassifying this project manager, as is just fair. So I think that's all.
Good. How'd the board like to proceed? Further questions or ready for a motion? Councilor Paul.
I'll make the motion that to take the action as recommended in board docs.
Second by Councilor Hightower. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And that brings us to 4.05, creation of one new position, the digital media redaction specialist within the police department. Chief Murad and Director Karen Durfee here from HR to speak to this item as needed. I'll just remind board and the public the source of this item was there's been a great deal of effort by the commission as well as by the administration in formalizing some of our basically body cam release policy, and what the commission has recommended is an expansive release policy, and it is one that to operationalize will require significant amount of redaction to meet privacy laws. So that's a background on this. I'm supportive of us moving forward with it. We budgeted for this, the council approved the budget, and I think this is an important part of our police public safety transparency efforts. With that, Chief, would you like to add anything to that? Sorry to steal your thunder. I just want to make it clear that this is, I think, an important item that I support.
No, not at all, sir. I think that's exactly it. This was something the police commission asked for on behalf of the public because the public had been clamoring for it. It's something we want to fulfill as an agency. It's something we cannot fulfill without this position.
Great. Thank you. With that, President Tracy.
So just curious about what the editing process, like the memo says you don't edit footage. So you're not editing anything that has to do with officers or anybody who's involved in the interaction with the officers, correct? It's more bystanders and to respect minors. Can you just kind of clarify what is and isn't redacted by, isn't going to be redacted by this individual?
Sure, that sentence was meant to distinguish between redaction and editing. So editing, as we see in a news piece or a television show or a movie, is chopping up images in order to put them together in a certain way that ultimately forces, perspective, and concept. And that is not what we do with these at all. We do not chop them. What we do only is redact. And redacting is a relatively labor-intensive and time-intensive process whereby someone has to watch the video, they have to listen to the video, they have to see what's in it or not, and then they have to determine how many frames are going to be obscured and in what way. And those the obscuring is about faces, for example, faces of witnesses, faces of juveniles. If a person is nude during an encounter, which happens sometimes, that would require being obscured. There is an audio obstruction that also can happen, or not obstruction, but obscuring of audio when names are said or when personal information may be read in the presence of the body camera. Those things all comport with Vermont's privacy law. What we don't do is edit it. Nobody chops it. Nobody takes a piece out and inserts another piece. Nobody jams it together, with the exception of incidents in which we truncate it at one end or another. For example, if we're going to put out body camera of a use of force, which is the first object of the police commission's stated policy, and that use of force is might be a continuous video from the time the officer arrives, speaks with an individual, the individual escalates, the situation escalates, force is used, and then the individual is taken into custody. That individual may go to the hospital. That individual may then also be transported to Act 1, then maybe refused at Act 1, maybe then taken all the way up to the Northwest facility for being held there until they're no longer intoxicated or incapacitated. Though that's a lot of hours of footage. We do reserve the right to put out a version of that truncates it at one end or the other so that it's not the entirety of it, but I generally wouldn't do that unless I was also putting out the entirety of it. So I would say, here's the short version and here's the longer version also available for anyone who wants to see the entirety of it. But that entirety is going to have to be edited through, not edited. That entirety is going to have to be redacted throughout. The visit to the hospital is going to be redacted. Perhaps the interaction at the beginning is going to be redacted. Maybe things are said in that long transport that have to be redacted, audio redacted. And so all of that requires listening. Ultimately, basically, you have to do at least 3 times the length of the actual video in order to perform the redaction, because you have to listen to it and make markers about when audio happens, then watch it and make markers about when certain visual things are going to have to be struck, and then go through the whole thing and actually do it. And although there is a tool in the Axon technology that does it, it's very labor intensive, very laborious and time consuming. Currently, I have 2 people who are capable of doing it. Both of those are our ID technicians, and their job is actually to process evidence taken at scenes. They do fingerprints at burglary scenes. They take ballistic evidence at the scene of our attempted murder on New Year's Eve. They go and do scene diagrams for a felonious domestic assault. They're doing a lot of that kind of work, and they don't have the time to do this redaction work for video, which is, as I said, labor intensive. However, we want to be able to put this out. We really do. And so what this position will allow us to do is have a dedicated person, and we're going to start with what the policy requires, which is the police commission asked for specific uses of force and specific incidents that may or may not rise to the level of where the mayor or myself or the commission designates them as important. But I'd like to get to the point where we just put every single use of force out, and not only ones that involve injury or the use of tools on the part of the officer. I'm not going to know whether or not that's something that's feasible for us until I see the current workload and the degree to which the redaction specialist can keep up with that workload. But absent having the redaction specialist, we can't do it at all.
Okay, that's helpful. That's really helpful. I agree that we should get as much of this out there as possible. So if this is going to help that, I appreciate that and appreciate the explanation, Chief.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, President Tracy. Further questions? Are we ready for a motion?
Yep, I move the motion as indicated on board doc.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Seconded by President Tracy. Further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? I believe that was unanimous. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. Okay, 4.06, retroactive award of community credits to Lake Champlain Community Sailing Center for the lease payment due for 20 years. The lease term for the spans 2020 and 2021. Excuse me. Director Brian Pine is here. Why don't you give us a quick summary reminder of just this somewhat unusual provision within the community sailing center lease.
Sure. For the record, it's Brian Pine from the city's Community and Economic Development Office, and the topic is the ground lease payment from the Lake Champlain Community Sailing Center. And the way that lease was structured was that it was set at a base price that would be essentially discounted if the sailing center provided services of benefit to the community. And during COVID, the sailing center was challenged to be able to provide all of the typical services to the community they normally would, but they did continue to provide some essential services. One of the areas that they quickly pivoted to provide was childcare for essential workers during COVID. They continued to offer a number of programs and scholarships for folks to have access to their programs. So they did meet some of the test, if you will, for getting full waiver. But what we're asking for is exception this year because of the challenges they faced due to COVID, and that would essentially bring their annual payment down to the level it would reach if they got full credit for all services provided. So they've requested. We're recommending a ground lease payment of $10,000 for FY21.
Thank you. How would the board like to proceed? Councilor Paul.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll make a motion to take the action as recommended in board docs.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Paul. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, President Tracy. Further discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Director Pine, I was just wondering if you have looked into other scenarios other than such as a payment plan or, other ways, because when we talk about affordability, I think, it hurts every single person here. I was just wondering if there were other alternatives, knowing that they have fee for service.
Yeah, so it's a great question about whether we were looking at other sources to cover this or putting them on a payment plan. I think what is important to recognize is that the sailing center attempted to keep all of their staff going. They have to continue to maintain and heat and power their building and cool their building, and so all their costs pretty much remain the same, but they saw a significant decrease in many of their funding sources. And what they attempted to do was to using the the payroll protection program at the federal level, but also pivoting to some new activities that would be revenue raising for them, made a big difference, but they still struggled to meet their financial goals for the year. So they were way behind, essentially eating into their fund balance to be able to make their to meet their expenses this last year. So what we tried to do is, in recognition of that and in the recognition of the important service that they provide in terms of making our lake and our waterfront more accessible to low income families and individuals, that it seemed like a good trade-off.
No further question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Okay, I'm pretty sure we have This has been motioned and seconded, so are there further questions? Seeing none, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you to the board. And I think I saw that the executive director, Owen Milne, is with us too, and we wish the Sailing Center, a key partner, success in the upcoming year. Happy to be able to partner in this way. So that brings us to 4.08, which is the first of the 3 ballot items that we've been talking about for some time now, including the special meeting last Thursday. Thank you all for attending and agreeing to that special meeting. We've had some additional follow-up since the meeting, and it is my hope, express hope, that the board will be taking action to recommend all 3 of these items tonight, and so that the council has the benefit of that at the full meeting shortly. Councilor Paul, go ahead.
Thanks so much. Unless I missed something, I don't know that we covered 4.07.
Yeah, that's right. I just got the number wrong, but the rest of the speech there, I think, is accurate. This is the fourth, the first of the 3 items, the ballot items, but we are at 4.07, correct, which is the authorization for, sorry, it is not, is it? It's it's related to that. It's the authorization for the reimbursement of waterfront TIF districts and downtown TIF district related costs. So a TIF related item, but it is not one of the ballot items. Thank you, Councilor Paul. So this is our annual action, generally annual action necessary to make sure we stay in line with all of the TIF rules. But for more detail than that, I see Richard has his camera on. Richard, Brian, you want to offer anything more as a summary to kick this off?
Yeah, I'll cover it at just a basic high level. Under the Vermont statute, the Vermont Economic Progress Council has to approve the city's financial plan for both TIF districts. So we're talking about both the waterfront TIF district, tax increment financing district, and the downtown TIF district. And then we have to go to the voters and get approval. And so the second step, or I should say the final step, is to basically get council approval to allocate the funds as were originally approved by both the voters and by VEPSI. So we're here tonight just to come back and sort of wrap this process up for this stage of the process, and for both the waterfront TIF district, which has both internal costs to CEDO, salary and benefits for staff that work on the projects that are covered by within these districts, as well as consulting costs that we pay out to consultants to help move these projects to completion. So the request before you tonight is to essentially to authorize through the resolution that's attached to utilize the accumulated tax increment from both the waterfront and downtown TIF districts in the manner that was prescribed by both Vermont law to reimburse CEDO for the expenses that are called related costs. Richard, if I missed anything, now's a good time to jump in.
Now we bring this before Board of Finance and Council every year, and as you described, it's housekeeping.
Right, thank you both. The floor is open for further questions or a motion. Councilor Jang.
I would like to make the motion as indicated on board doc.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Great. I think I heard Councilor Hightower first, so thank you, Councilor Hightower. Discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Richard and Brian. And that now we actually are at 4.08, which is the pledging of the credit of the city to secure public improvements, debt administer public improvements within the downtown TIF district. The item related to the Great Streets, Main Street, and rerouting of the ravine sewer that we have been talking about in recent weeks. I see that we have both Chapin and Brian here now to answer questions on this. We have been talking about it for a while. I think instead of further introduction at this point, I will look to the board if there are further questions, or perhaps we are ready for action on this item, the motion. Councilor Hightower.
I have two questions. And sorry, one of them is a more baseline understanding question, and the other one's a little bit more practical, which is, I think I heard the mayor say in the last conversation that we had on this, that we're setting aside kind of sufficient funds for the Burlington School District. And I just wanted to clarify, do they also feel comfortable with that? I know that we started to talk about that during the joint school council meeting. And then the second question, which is the more base understanding question, is on TIF, we always say that we will, like, it's supposed to be like revenues that basically wouldn't happen unless we made these improvements to the city. And then that spurs public investment that is supposed to pay back the TIF. And so I guess I just don't completely understand then why a lot of the projects that we're using in terms of assumed income are projects that we do know will be happening or that we assume are happening, such as the YMCA hotel. I know that's not what it's called, but that's what I know it as. So yeah, just have those two questions.
Great. So with respect to the first question about the high school bonding, the couple things there. I mean, first, I think the comments I made in the past have really been with respect to general obligation bonding as opposed to TIF bonding, because the TIF bonding, because there, with the general obligation bonding there, especially given our 2018 agreement to have this sort of total cumulative debt policy, shared debt policy with between the district and the city, that policy explicitly exempts TIF debt from that analysis because of the nature of the TIF district, where this funding is segregated and legally segregated and can only be used for TIF eligible items and is not, there's it's not, and school funding is not a TIF eligible item explicitly. So that's at least a question so I think you can act on the TIF bonding confident that it's really a separate conversation from the general obligation bonding, total bonding, high school question. But since we're there, and since that is going to come up in a moment, if there's no objection, I will just say, the point that I made there is if we go out and if the voters support this $23 million, $23.8 million of borrowing, as well as the kind of annual borrowing that we project for the coming years, the total city capacity, municipal use of the total bonding authority stays well below 50% of the total bonding capacity allowable under that TIF district. And that total bonding capacity, it allows and I've intentionally not put a specific number on this because I really talked about this with the school district, and they support this. They agree. The school district, I don't want our discussions to be the announcement of the amount of bonding that the district is going to do. But suffice it to say, there is substantially more capacity available with the under the metrics of that policy approved in 2018 for a new high school that goes well beyond, substantially beyond the kind of $70 million that has already been approved, and actually gets up in the range of the estimates that we have talked about, we have heard discussed, that is the expected potential need for a new high school. So is the school district fully satisfied with that? Are they fully, I think the school district continues to have concerns about what the cost of this project is going to be. And I certainly have had, in the communications, the significant communications I've had with school district leadership and Superintendent Flanagan, I think it is appreciated that this bond has been reduced, and specifically that the bond has been reduced. The general obligation bond, again, not the TIF bond, has been reduced to almost entirely remove Memorial Auditorium. I think that there was a real concern expressed by some members of the school board about Memorial Auditorium, which is why you may recall that after the council approved it, but during the sort of campaign, if you will, discussions, I explicitly said that we were going to spend as little of that 10 million for Memorial Auditorium as possible until the high school's needs were clear. That's now enforced by the fact that we are only have $1 million for that in here. So I guess all that is to say, to give you a succinct answer, I think there's still general concern about how expensive that project is going to be. But I do think the smaller bond is welcome by school district leaders.
Thanks, and apologies for confusing those items.
No. And then I think there was a second point to the question, which was about sort of almost a question about sort of the but-for issue. And I'm glad that, Brian, you have your hand up, because it is sort of it's a fair question and a complicated one. And go ahead.
It
Brian.
is. Yeah, thanks, Councilor Hightower. I think that's one that it often gets thought of by people, but they don't always ask it. So I'm really glad you put it right out there. I like to put it like this. If none of the projects that we are anticipating coming forward happen at all, there's actually sufficient just background growth of values in the district to cover the debt service. So that's a really important assumption. However, if we don't make these investments in the public realm and the public right of way, the level of investment that's projected to occur in the downtown TIF is lower. It's much less intense level of development. It's much lower level of private investment because of the public investment that takes place that is intended to spur people to make the investments in their properties that raises the new increment. So we don't need those three projects that we've highlighted, because the background growth has actually hovered around 6%, 6.5%. And we, in our pro forma, put it in at 1%, just to be really cautious. Very prudent approach is go for some background growth, but really keep it as low as we could. So we're assuming 1% growth, no growth at all in the tax rate. So literally the tax rate would have to remain unchanged over the next 14 years. And the growth rate would have to plummet below 1%, and all the projects would have to never go forward for things to start to go awry. That's sort of the level of investment, the level of maximizing, utilizing spaces in our downtown is advanced by this investment in a way that would not happen but for this public improvement investment.
Great. And if I can ask one follow-up question on that. So essentially, we're saying that we think that the investment that the city will make will increase the growth rate by more than 1%.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I think not just Burlington's TIF district, but all of the Vermont approved districts, or if not all of them, at least many of them, there has been some good hard data to back up that the areas that have seen TIF investments have grown substantially faster than the rest of the grand list in those cities. Certainly that's been the case for the waterfront TIF district in its history, is my understanding. Further discussion of 4.08, further questions, or we also would welcome, when the board is ready, a motion.
I'll move to recommend that the city council approve the attached resolution as found on board docs.
Second.
Great, thank you, Councilor Hightower and President Tracy. Further discussion? Okay, President Tracy, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So just because I'm not going to have an opportunity at full council, I just wanted to state for the record that I do support this. I think that this is a much needed investment in our Main Street. I specifically very excited about the opportunity to transform a street that is currently really imbalanced in my mind, one that is pretty car-centric and unfriendly to pedestrians and cyclists and just basically people who are not using vehicles. And so to one that is more sustainably transit oriented or transportation oriented. I also very much appreciate the stormwater upgrades that this project will bring. And I think as I think about and look at our next item, the capital bond, and recognize that that item is just a fraction of the needs that we have in terms of capital, seeing this as one of a unique mechanism that we have to spur this project forward, and not seeing other viable alternatives, recognizing the tremendous costs that we do have pending in terms of, and needs that we have in terms of capital investments and improvements in our city. I do think that this is a prudent investment. At the very least, I think that this does bear bringing to the voters to give them a chance to weigh in on and express, whether or not they think that this is something that they would like for the city to pursue. So for those reasons, I'll be supporting this evening.
Thank you, President Tracy. Appreciate that. You making that clear. I'm excited for the possibility of this moving forward with a strong consensus between the administration and the full council, or close to the full council. So we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak before we go to a vote on this item? We'll go to a vote then. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So this, the way we have it listed on the agenda 4.09 is not the other bonding item, but it is the general fund tax rate increase. We discussed this at some length on Thursday. We did attempt to convert the narrative and PowerPoint that we had before us on Thursday into a memo that the full council received, and that's where we stand. I know there have we've continued to answer some questions from councilors offline as well. Yeah, I think I've said all that. We've talked about this quite a bit at this point. I don't think I have anything else to add. Catherine and I, and there are other department heads who don't have their cameras on. If there are specific questions, I think we'll open the floor for discussion on this item, and a motion when appropriate. Counselor Paul.
I have a question. I've had mostly because I just didn't see it in the memo. There, it does appear to a large degree that you did go and take the PowerPoint and sort of summarize it into a 2-page memo. I think one of the things that I don't see on here is, you talk about the strategic use of the ARPA funds, the reserve, and I think there was some concern that a couple of us had expressed at the last meeting, and it appeared as though it was well addressed, was the fact that the chart that you have of the items from FY 22-23 that need funding, that this not be, that if this tax increase is not successful, what the next steps are, should that happen. And that was on the PDF, that was on the PowerPoint, but I don't see that in this memo.
Yes, Councilor Paul, thank you. I think yes, I'm happy to again make clear, as it was made clear in the PowerPoint and verbally, and we can maybe even be happy to kind of update this, since this memo is an important memo for the record. We could add similar language on this, that if in the event that if the council approves this going on the ballot tonight and voters weigh in and do not approve the general the increase, we will go kind of back to square one. We'll assess whether that, first of all, we'll assess, like we did with the capital bond in December, whether it makes sense to come back with a smaller figure. If the vote was close, it might be something we would consider. If we also will continue to review all of as the months go by, we get a clearer picture of where we are with the budget. And as we discussed before, sometimes it becomes clear that you don't need the full authority to make the numbers work for the upcoming year, because things shift favorably between now and June. If we do conclude that there is still that there is a gap, and that as a result cuts are necessary to address that gap, it absolutely we'd be looking citywide at all departments and all initiatives, and we'd be coming forward with for council approval with a plan that we think is the wisest plan, and in no way is should the list of recent investments that are in that memo and that we are proposing phasing in, we would not in any way conclude that a no vote on the increase meant that those investments in particular should be targeted, and we would work to make sure that no one department for kind of undue impact as a result of cuts, if cuts were necessary. Hopefully they will not be necessary, and certainly I'll be working hard if the council is with the administration on this to communicate the importance of this item to voters. I hope all councilors who support this action will be as well. It's important that we get the information out there about this and secure passage.
Well, obviously I agree, when you do vote on something, you're voting to put something on the ballot, that it not be a perfunctory exercise, and that if you are doing that, that you are supporting it. So I would agree with you. I do think that the language that you used at the meeting on Thursday was a little more definitive. Not that it would not, that we will do our best to make sure it doesn't fall to one department, but that there will be shared responsibility. We're one city. If for whatever reason this does not pass, which obviously none of us want to see that outcome, and we'll work to assure that that doesn't happen, but there's no discussion about this falling to any one department, that it won't fall to a department. So I think that I was sort of hoping that it would be a little bit more clear than that. And then the other thing also is that, and I again did not see the resolution was just posted online. It's not on board docs for the Board of Finance meeting, just so you're aware. It's only on the council agenda. So it would probably make sense for it to be on both. But that is, I think the resolution, which, again, I mean, I did not spend, I could have spent a little bit more time myself working on this, and I'm happy to do that. I just unfortunately did not have the time today to go through that resolution and add something, but I do think that it's very important that we make clear to the community, and make clear to the community that this is an increase that is predicated to a large degree on inflation. This is not about any city services per se, and that if it doesn't pass, we will see a shared responsibility on the part of all departments, because we are all one city, and no department is any more important than any other department.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Paul. I share the sentiment entirely. If there's some distinction between the way we said it last week and what you just said, I agree with what you just said fully. And we will update the memo to make it clear. And, I think our position on that is, I think we're in full agreement with you on that.
So I know for myself, if I could just add to that, I mean, I don't think that any of us want to go and and vote for an increase. We are not experts at this because we've been fortunate. We haven't done this in a really, really long time. I'm willing to make that motion, but I'm not willing to make that motion until those changes are made. And that means including that also in the resolution. So, I obviously, as I say, I mean, certainly on me for not being able to do that during the day. I have not been able to, but before I go and vote on something like that, I just wanted to be clear in the resolution that this is what is going to happen if this does not pass. I think people need to know that, and we need to show a united front that this is what it's going to mean. We are all departments are going. This is what it is, and so
Great. Understood, Councilor Paul. Certainly, I don't think there was any discussion last week about there actually being language to that effect in the resolution, so it was not drafted that way, but happy to try to come up. I think it would be easy addition to make between now and the vote later. We'll circulate something to you before that meeting starts that could accomplish that. which is understand, that's fine if we don't want to take action here at the board. I think it's unfortunate if the Board of Finance is on record in some way, but maybe that's the best we can do. Councilor Jang. Councilor Jang, you're muted.
Yes, sorry. From my perspective, I feel like, we have been discussing this and there has not been new information like, over the past couple of weeks or even months, at least from the Board of Finance standpoint. And I also wanted to definitely recognize Catherine Chad, who has taken a lot of time during the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, going back and forth, sending the information that were requested. I really do appreciate that. It just shows a level of commitment to this work serving the city greatly. And thank you for that. And I also appreciate definitely the memo itself. And I think everything that I want to talk about today, the memo definitely will make it very easy, right? And I think to start, let's just talk about the inflation that we have here. And also, if you click on the link, you look into how inflation will affect certain categories in the American, economic system. And if you look at used cars and trucks, cities don't buy used stock and trucks. Individuals do, companies do. If you look at the energy, I think taxpayers themselves, they pay for their own energy. City is not providing it for them. You talk about the gas service. People put their own gas into their cars in order to get to work, etc. The meat, fish, eggs, city don't provide that, but people do it for themselves and for their families. New vehicles, I can understand. Tobacco product, we do not give it to the constituents. Household furnishing and operation, definitely taxpayers again. The inflation, what my point being, the inflation of 7% will hit the people more than it will hit the city itself. That's one point. And let's not forget also, we just undergone a reappraisal that have hit basically many people. And I do appreciate definitely the city's efforts in helping people who have homes that were assessed of over $500,000. But most vulnerable community members do not have homes with that value. Mostly, we see 250 went up to 350 after the appraisal.
Councilor Jang, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure, I don't want there to be any confusion. The assistance program is for homes under, not over $500,000. Any home up into that's the max.
That's good. That's good. Yes. But I mean, under $500,000. And I feel like, most homes here, mostly, at least in the New North End, it was very few to see homes that were assessed at 500,000 or less. Certainly there was. And, I also think, from the, inflation that will hit the people, the reappraisal, also the pandemic has hit the people too. Very, 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 very hard, right? And also we have big items coming up. At this point, we do not know yet how much the high school will cost. And the mayor, I think last time you made it very clear that if we allow the high school bound to go forward, and if it passes, basically the voters will not see increases until maybe 4 years or 3 years or 4 years. And from my understanding, based on the timeline, the high school will be built by the fall of 2024, 2025. So that means that definitely the rates, the cost of the housing of the high school will start to get to the voters basically sooner. On top of all of this, the city also have received over $20 million from ARPA. But individuals did not receive that much amount of money, right? On top of all of this, the city also had at least, unassigned fund balance. And there are ways, and from my perspective, what I have heard or access is around the $9 million, right? And to me, Burlingtonians just in December, a couple of weeks ago, they have spoken. But I am very appreciative that if this doesn't pass, then we will come back to the drawing board, right? I have never voted against a tax increase, but I'm proudly voting today to not increase the taxes for the residents of the city of Burlington. Sitting in a chair is very comfortable, but the effect that this will have to many people that I know will be detrimental. We have lost so many families because of affordability. Burlington is one of the highest tax cities in the state of Vermont. I think it is our obligation to do everything that we can and try to give these taxpayers a break. For the first time, I will not be voting in support of a tax increase right now. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. How would the board like to proceed? It sounds like we should probably move on to the next item unless others would like to speak further so that we can make some adjustment to the resolution consistent with Councilor Paul's request. So would anyone like to say anything further on this before we do that?
Mayor, did you see Councillor Hightower's hand?
I do now. Go ahead, Councilor Hightower.
I had actually put it back down. I was just going to say that I'm fine with Councillor Paul's approach and would be happy to vote for this and full council with those additions.
Okay. We may even Jordan has been working on some possible language even since we've been speaking. So maybe it would even be possible. Why don't we move? I would propose we move to the bonding item and maybe just what's the term? Table this momentarily to come back to perhaps before we adjourn. And we may have some language that we can look at. It may be possible for us to take action with that language. Does that sound sensible? Councilor Paul, did you want to?
No, that's fine. I didn't know President Tracy had his hand up, but that's,
All right.
maybe he's taken it down.
President Tracy,
No,
were you trying
I think that's fine, Mayor. I just would prefer that we have that. I mean, I do have a question just in terms of like process, like given that the resolution wasn't posted on this and to take action on that resolution, that feels a little messy to me. So I think it might be cleaner actually if we just didn't take a vote on it because it wasn't posted with the agenda like it was for the full council meeting. So I think we should probably hold off on that. I'd prefer that we just held off and took action at the full council. But I do support the approach of adding the language and the increase. I do think it's necessary, and I think that it would be incredibly painful to have to be in a position of making this significant of cuts for our city. I think we would be very hard pressed to cut the services, cut any of the services that our departments are providing to city residents at this point. Departments that have in so many ways come through for Burlington to then go to them and say, we're going to cut positions, we're going to cut services that our residents depend on and have come to expect from our city. I think that would be a really difficult place. I think people would be very upset about that as well. And so I think that we really have to take this this request. I don't take this request lightly. I know that you've done as much as you can to try and avoid this in many ways. And so I think this does bear putting before the voters in hopes of avoiding those very difficult choices. But I would just hope that we can get it right, have clear assurances around what the process will look like on the other side should that not happen, and also just make sure we're clean on process.
Great, thank you, President Tracy. I appreciate all of that. I appreciate the clear statement of support. My thinking is much like yours. We know the people of Burlington have indicated through their votes and input in many ways, strong support for full city services. And I think it would be inappropriate to essentially because of inflation, make dramatic cuts to those services. If the voters don't agree with that, that puts us in a different position. We would address that. But my thinking is much like yours, that I think we owe it to the voters and our team to take forward this proposal that allows us to maintain services. I do, and I'm fine with, again, if we don't, I mean, I do think it was quite clear on the warning that we would be, the item was warned properly, and I think the memo makes it clear what we're talking about. So I certainly don't think there's any like legal concern about making a recommendation here, but if there's a preference not to, that's fine as well, especially knowing it's very helpful to know, President Tracy, we have your support on this. Councilor Paul.
Thanks. Before we move on to the, second to last or third to last item, I think it is, one thing I did want to also mention is that, I think it's unfortunate the way that we have to do this. We unfortunately are voting on something months before we really know exactly what the budget is exactly going to look like. And I think one thing that would be helpful is, in addition to what would, obviously we have to face the reality that it's possible it wouldn't pass. But I think the other, on the positive side, is that a commitment by the administration and by the council in working together with the administration and all departments, that we do everything that we can to as time moves on in the budget process, to do everything that we can to look for other cost savings. And it's also possible that economic scenario could change. So I think that's also important, that, just because you ask for a tax increase doesn't mean that you have to use it. So I think that would, as we move forward, I think it's important for everyone to try to keep that in mind, and and do the best that we can to see that we either, if we have to use it, that we use it incredibly responsibly, but if we don't have to use it, well, wouldn't that be great too?
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Paul. I think that's a really important point. That's certainly how the administration will approach it. And I think here, I mean, I can imagine people might be a little bit skeptical of it. I'm sure. Well, it would not be unreasonable for people to think if we ask for this authority, we're going to use it. However, I do think we have a pretty substantial recent track record as a council administration team of frequently and first, basically, I think probably just about every year for the last 5 years, we have not fully used the taxing authority that the voters have given us. We did not use it last year with a number of the items that we to minimize the impact of the reappraisal on folks. There were numerous dedicated taxes that we basically capped at a much lower level, almost a full penny cumulatively total than the taxation allowed. The year before, and when the pandemic hit, the voters supported a tax increase in the Housing Trust Fund, which I must say, Councilor Jang, my memory is you did not support that item then either, which surprised me. So I don't think this is the first time you've taken this action, but the voters did support that overwhelmingly, and the voters also supported an increase in the public safety tax for the new ambulance that year. Both of those increases were deferred when the pandemic hit. We did not use them, and the Housing Trust Fund, one, because we were receiving all these additional federal housing dollars, we deferred a second year. And then Before that, we had 3 years, and I think we spoke about this a little bit last week. There was we sought, I can't remember the exact year, but I think it was for FY15, we sought a general city tax increase, and then found that we did not need to use it that year, and we didn't. And in fact, we then didn't use it for 2 subsequent years from that. So I could be, it's possible I'm not quite right on some of the detail here, but I believe we've had 5 years in which we have not used the full authority. And I think that should be an important point, certainly a point that I'll be making to voters, that we will only use this if necessary. And sometimes we do catch breaks and we find new ways to avoid them. So, okay, I think we are not going to take action on the tax rate. So the last item on the agenda is 4.10, the town meeting day authorization to issue general obligation bonds for capital projects. And how would the board like to proceed on this? Are we ready to make a recommendation regarding this item? President Tracy.
I'll move the recommended action in board docs.
Thank you, President Tracy. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor Paul. Thank you. Appreciate the support of the 2 of you after weeks of work on this. Further questions, further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote.
I'm sorry, I please.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor Jang.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, along those same lines that I expressed earlier, I do believe that this one still is a lot of money that needs to go to the voters again. I mean, I think we already lost $43,000 to send a ballot item in December when we could have waited until March and put both of them on the ballot, right? Because of inflation, and inflation is still going to hit people very hard again. From my perspective, why I'm not supporting this, we need to just definitely bound in order to wait what the federal infrastructure bill will need to look like in order to have the matching fund necessary for state and also for federal, basically. But to me, I believe that $23 million, nearly $24 million is still a lot of money for the voters right now. Again, I think we need to prioritize this big item coming up in the pipeline, which is the building a brand new 21st century high school for the city of Burlington. As a college town, that should be our priority. But anything else, I think it could be deferred and done much better another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Councilor Paul, and then President Tracy, and then it does appear, I think Councilor Barlow would like to be recognized too. So I'll go to him after the Board of Finance members. So go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Thanks, Mayor. Actually, the reason I raised my hand is because I know that there is something that Councilor Barlow wants to bring forward, and as a member of the Board of Finance, I'm happy to make that motion. But if you could put Councilor Barlow ahead of me in the queue, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, very good. Councilor Barlow, you're great. See, Councilor Barlow is here. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Board of Finance. I was having a conversation with both Councilor Shannon and Councilor Paul this afternoon, and we were talking about how in the $40 million request, there were 2 resolve clauses that had been added to make sure that we look to other sources before we look to bonding authority to pay for some of the capital needs, and also to limit the fungibility of the capital funds in between the requests and for other capital items. And I think the language on lines 45 to 47 limits the fungibility and requires council approval for that. But I would like to see language, if possible, that would come from the original $40 million request that would prioritize other funding sources before using the bonding authority. And I had shared that language with Councilor Paul earlier. And additionally, she had the idea, and I think it's a good one, that we might editorialize on the ballot item and actually add that to the ballot item language to further convey to the voters that that was our intention as well, to look for other ways to pay for things if those presented themselves from like federal dollars in the infrastructure bill or anything else that might come forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. So just so I'm following properly, Councilor Paul, you have specific language that you want to add here?
I do, and probably what I should be doing is, and I apologize, it's not that complicated, but I did not, I went back and forth with Councilor Barlow, and did not include giving this to or sending this to others. So if you can just bear with me for just a moment, I can.
If you would like to share your screen momentarily, Councilor Paul, we could enable that.
Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff that's up here. So if you can just bear with me for a second here. My apologies. All right, so what I've sent to, and maybe somebody else can do this, I've just got a gazillion things up here right now, is I've sent to all the members of the Board of Finance, the mayor, and to you, Catherine, an email that you should be getting right now. And this was the email that had gone between Councilor Barlow and I. So the first paragraph is the actual wording that I think I may have taken something out of that when I was doing it quickly. I couldn't remember if it was 23.8 million or 23.9. So I think that might be, I'm not sure if that's on there or not. But the rest of it would be the paragraph that could be in parentheses, and to some degree, let's see. Okay, so the first paragraph is correct. And that was literally a cut and paste from the resolution. The second is something that would be included also in the ballot language, that would clarify that if in fact we are able to secure other capital funds in excess of what are our current projections, that we will do everything we can to prioritize taxpayer savings as a goal. And this was language that had come from the last, the $40 million, not on the ballot, but the $40 million resolution that we passed in December.
Great, thank you, Councilor Paul. So
no one has made that motion, or no, actually that motion has been made. I apologize. So the motion that President Tracy made that I seconded, I would, if I can, amend that to include this language.
Okay.
great, so we would be adding the parenthetical language as a resolved clause And
It would be added to, it would be added to the resolution on, after, so it would be like line 44. So it would go after line 43. There'd be like probably one space, one line. And then this would start at line 44 of the resolution that is
Right.
on the Board of Finance agenda.
the only a question I have at least is just there is a lot of legal sensitivity around the language in the. We just got to make sure anything we put in the ballot language, there's no kind of legal concern about it. So if we have not, you guys didn't have a chance to discuss this with the city attorney.
Well, I didn't. I don't know that Councilor Barlow did. However, for the first time that I can remember, the school tax decrease also has language that is not usually included. So, if that can be included, I'm not really sure why this couldn't be.
There may be no issue. I just want to flag that. I think we do. All the other like the legal review, and I just want to make sure that we get that done.
My apologies. We did not. This was something that happened at around 4 o'clock this afternoon.
No need to apologize. Understood. Was someone? Did I hear someone else's voice trying to? Was that? That might have been.
This is Dan Richardson.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey Dan.
Hey, I was just offering that I think the extra language shouldn't be offensive to being on the ballot. There's always a necessary sort of balancing act of not having the ballot items be too lengthy, but the inclusion of this particular language is okay. I would, or at least it's not offensive to that to the ballot language.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
So do you want us to make that? I would make that amendment. Do you want me to do that? And do you want us to vote on that, or how would you like to proceed?
Sure. I think why don't we, if you're making, go ahead and you can take that as a motion amendment.
Making that amendment. Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that amendment? President Tracy, seconds. Further discussion? Okay, let's vote on the amendment. I'm supportive of this. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of Councilor Paul's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the amendment passes unanimously.
Sorry, I tried to say point of information about this amendment we want to put on the, we want to add.
So Jing, sorry, I thought you were voting. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe Attorney Richardson will explain. So what will be on the ballot specifically then?
Catherine, you want to put up the language again? I mean, it's the language that we were just looking at. Councilor Paul's amendment is to make the language in the parentheses here would be added to the language in the resolution that was already in the resolution, and all of this would be the full ballot language. The two paragraphs together would be on the ballot. Is that clear, Councilor Jing?
Yep, it's clear. Thank you.
So we're going to do a vote. Well, we're back on that vote. As chair, I'm going to say that Councilor Jing was trying to get in before that vote. So that vote has not taken place yet. Procedurally, any further discussion after that point of information? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the Counselor Paul amendment, which adds that language to the ballot, which is recommending to the council to add that language to the ballot, please say aye.
I,
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Believe that was unanimous. We're gonna record that as unanimous vote unless the counselor corrects me. So now we're back to the amended underlying resolution. And a recommendation about the amended resolution. So is there further discussion about the amended resolution? President Tracy.
Thanks, Mayor. I will also be supporting the resolution as amended. I do appreciate the additional clarification that was provided by the amendment. I do feel that these investments are necessary. One of the things that we've heard through our discussions as a Board of Finance is that these items and needs within our community are not going away. In fact, they only represent, they do not represent the full need of capital investment for our community, but rather a substantial scaling down of the total need. So they're really, what we're looking at is a fraction of the total need, not the full need of capital investment. The other piece I think that's meaningful is that we did hear from the team at DPW who works with contracts and bidding out this work, that so much of this is the cost of this work grows exponentially. So if we're seeing this need not only not go away, but continue to grow as capital needs can tend to do if you don't stay on top of them, and at the same time the costs grow, all that's going to result, all that not putting this on the ballot and not hopefully getting voter approval to move forward with this bond is going to result in further deterioration of the infrastructure, potential risk. I mean, we're talking about fire trucks here and the emergency response system, a system that we're trying to add additional calls for, or additional capacity to by uploading a Cahoots model to it, and further deterioration of key assets. So I think that all is incredibly meaningful to me and important. And so I think that we would be that it would be very short-sighted to not put this on the ballot, because all we would end up doing is seeing just further deterioration and increased costs later on, when we know we're going to have, we certainly recognize we do have a number of costs as well, but those needs are not going to go away. So I think it makes sense to put this on the ballot now, see if we can get voter approval. I also think that, the fact that 57% of people approved a much larger bond is meaningful. I think that hopefully this scaled down bond will reach the 2/3 threshold that's necessary, but it is meaningful to me that strong majorities of voters did support the last capital bond. So I don't think that can necessarily be read as an overwhelming statement of any voter disapproval of this. I mean, if a strong majority, not even a close majority, supports it, it's just that it doesn't reach that 2/3 threshold, then I think that also contributes to my feeling that we need to go back and try this again, just in full recognition of the seriousness of our capital needs and the shortfalls that we face.
Thank you, President Tracy. I very much appreciate you stating all of that. It was in response to your questions over the last couple of weeks. The team did publish onboard documents, what is labeled, it's a little confusingly labeled, the March 22 capital bond final. That item, if you open it up, is a table that is a further kind of expansion of the table we've been looking at regularly, that adds quite a bit of information about what is included in each item, as well as the consequences of these not being funded. And I really appreciate the point. I think it's a really important point that some of the items are absolutely critical, essential public safety items, that really what we're proposing here with this bonding is really a way to minimize the impact of these costs on taxpayers, to spread these costs that we absolutely have to incur. I don't think there's virtually anyone in the city who would suggest we should not have radios for our and a radio system for our firefighters and police officers to be able to communicate with dispatch. I don't think there are many people who would be comfortable with the idea that we don't need fire engines. You know, certainly. But what this bonding allows, if the voters support it, is those substantial costs, millions of dollars in costs, to be spread out over many years, whereas our other mechanisms for doing that we are quite limited. So you would actually have a greater impact on the property taxpayer if we were to do something to try to pay for these items in any way other than bonding. So I don't think this vote should be recognized as a vote. A vote against this is not a vote to reduce taxes. It is very likely that at least for a number of these items, a vote against this will result in more pressure on the taxpayer, maybe a need for more tax increases or greater cuts of other services. Similarly, fully almost 20% of this item is for local matching grants, which is $4 million of local spending. But what that will allow us to do is to secure many millions of dollars of federal spending. So again, a vote against bonding here is really should be understood in many ways as putting more pressure on local taxpayers. We'll end up losing our ability to secure or constrain our ability to secure federal funding for many of these items, which could actually end up driving up costs, or either going to drive up costs or lead to a further degradation of our public infrastructure. So I hope those are just a few of the rows. We've tried to list the other ways as well in which there are very significant impacts, either programmatically or financially, to not having bonding authority. So with that, Councilor Paul. Councilor Paul, and then we'll go to Councilor Jen.
Sure, thank you. So I just wanted to sort of, to some degree, echo what President Tracy has said, is that, what I heard from most constituents who voted against the $40 million bond was the lack of specificity in the Memorial Auditorium placeholder. I don't think that people like to vote for placeholders. And while I think we went into it with the best of intentions, because we don't know, that was just not a winning argument. People, I think, would be more inclined to vote for a bond for a memorial if there was a complete plan. So I think we've addressed that with this, and 57% did vote for it, which I thought was pretty impressive, even with a $10 million placeholder. And I said this when we voted on the $40 million bond, that, if we don't invest in our infrastructure, then we really are effectively moving backwards, because we have to do this work. I mean, there really are no two ways about it. Could we wait? Yes, we can wait, but we all know that the longer we wait, the more it costs. So I am supportive of this. I am supportive of moving it forward for many of the reasons that others have said. And, one of the things that we did not touch, or that you did, the administration did not touch when you went back and looked at going from 25 to 23, which I thought was a challenging exercise, but one that you did, was that we did not touch the ambulances. And I think most people really care about that. So, I think the things that you did change were things that hopefully we may be able to solve with some, with some federal funding, and hopefully we'll be able to find other sources of revenue to be able to take up those changes. So I am supportive, and we'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Jing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for all the sentiments, that were expressed here by, Board of Finance members. And I think it will be imperative for me to get the record straight. I am not voting no because I do not want infrastructure, because also I don't understand that deferred maintenance can be even costly down the road. I'm not voting no because I do not support 3 ambulances and the communication system between our safety institutions. But why I'm voting no is about the amount. There are I support those. I definitely do support the ambulances, the communication system, and also the local match. I support those 3 elements. But the rest, knowing that we will be getting $2 billion from the federal government, and also knowing that the voters just disapprove this, right? I think it would be imperative for us to step back and reduce this as small as possible to allow taxpayers to feel comfortable. That's why I'm voting no. But it's about the amount. But I definitely do support those 3 items. That's what I'm saying. I think also just connecting with people, educated, not educated, professors or business owners, people, what they have in mind in front of them currently is a high school. Everybody, it's a high school. And I think, we need to try to basically meet people where they are at and try to compromise and try to see what the best return of investment would be for taxpayers who just have undergone a huge reappraisal. And also during a pandemic, inflation. I think I like the language that was added, that if we have the infrastructure, then let's not use the money. Definitely. But I think those are the reasons as to why I'm voting no. But I support great infrastructure for the city of Burlington. Thank you.
Jang, appreciate the clarification. Further discussion. Okay, I think this is I think we are ready for action on this. Motion's been made, it's been seconded, we've had an amendment. So if there's no further councilor wishing to be recognized, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. And let's do this as a roll call because this is remote and it sounds like it may not be unanimous. So I will call out the roll. And I'm just going to, I guess I can do it alphabetically here. Councilor Jang.
No.
Councilor Hightower.
Yes.
Councilor Paul.
Yes.
And Councilor President Tracy.
Yes.
And I get a vote on this one, and I will be voting yes, as I am voting yes as well. So the recommendation passes by a vote of 4-1. With that, we have reached the end of our agenda, and I'm sure President Tracy, go ahead.
I would just ask, Mayor, that if we could just get a resolution updated on that, posted to board docs with the amended language for the full council, just prior to council.
Yes, I think as soon as this meeting adjourns, I'm going to look at what Chief of Staff has come up with, then we'll share it with Councilor Paul, make sure it's consistent with her intent, and get it loaded as quickly as we can.
Oh, I was speaking about the capital, the capital resolution is amended, but that resolution as well. Both resolutions, if we could just get those uploaded, that'd be great. I just really
Great
appreciate
point.
that for just meeting clarity and just smoothness. That would be really helpful.
All right, excellent. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was confused. Great point. Catherine, can you and Dan somehow get that amended new version up on board docs to the capital plan? Great. I think I'm hoping we can adjourn now and have a few minutes before the full council meeting starts at President Tracy. Is it still your intention to start right at 7 or?
Yes. Yeah. And if counselors can just be on right at 7, we really need to I'd really like to get started with the redistricting presentation and conversation as close to that as possible. That'd be great. If folks are interested in signing up for public forum, you may do so by going to burlingtonvt.gov/public forum. You can sign up or burlingtonvt.gov/city council/public forum. I'm sorry. And you can go there and sign up to comment remotely, and we'll address the folks who are in the room with me here in Contoys as well. And they'll just sign up the normal way. So
Have we adjourned?
I was about to announce that we are adjourned as Board of Finance at 6:49 p.m. I believe the Zoom link, it's the same Zoom link for the full council meeting. So counselors who are on can just mute themselves and shut off their video and turn it back on at 7. And we are adjourned as Board of Finance. Thank you.
Everybody is remote. The encouragement was for public members of the public who are able to please join remotely. And so we are having the full council, mayor, CAO, and city attorney join us remotely this evening. We can see some of those folks up on the screen here. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the agenda?
On behalf of the Vermont People's Green New Deal Committee, Coalition to Stop Airport Expansion regarding 124 City Council public comments with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.13, communications Solveig Overby regarding 124-22 redistricting support to reestablish a downtown ward as Ward 8 with the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Add to the consent agenda item 5.14, communication Michael Long regarding city debt, TIF plus the action to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. Remove from the consent agenda item 5.03 communication, acting chief of police John Murad, regarding creation of one new position, digital media redaction specialist within the police department, and place it on the deliberative agenda as item 6.08 per Councillor Hanson.
Excellent. We have a motion on the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor McGee. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We will now move into our agenda itself. The first item on the agenda is a report regarding the council's ad hoc committee on redistricting. We have some members of the committee joining us this evening, as well as the city attorney. So I will recognize the city attorney, and then we'll go to the committee members. So City Attorney Richardson, are you able to kick us off?
I am Council President. Thank you very much. And I'm going to be speaking briefly about some of the report, and then we have three members of the committee that are present. I believe one of the last is starting to log on. He just emailed me, but they will be speaking about their particular observations and thoughts on the redistricting process. So just as a brief bit of background, as the council may recall, back in June, the council passed a resolution creating this ad hoc redistricting committee and charged it to look at several important items in the sort of initial thinking about the redistricting process. In particular, the resolution called to the ad hoc committee to look at the current and most recent past redistricting plans, opinions about the number of councillors per ward and district, and to consider the current ward and district configuration. The ad hoc committee was made up of members that were selected by the NPAs, one for each ward. Some of the NPAs chose to also appoint alternates who most of them did attend the majority of the meetings. The committee itself met 7 times. Beginning in September, the committee started with an orientation meeting and committee request, and then they had a planning session in October, and then 3 public meetings, one on November 1st, one on November 17th, and one on December 16th. And that was followed by 2 meetings, one in December and one in January, in which the committee recapped and started to compile the report. I will not go into necessarily the gravamen and details of the report, except for a few highlights in order to keep my presentation somewhat short and to the point. The redistricting committee, I think, came up with 3 themes that are stated in the Meyerhoff report, and those are as follows. The first theme that emerged was that Ward 8 is not working in its current configuration. There was concern that the goals that led to creating Ward 8 were not necessarily being satisfied in practice. The report goes into some details. There was general consensus about some of the issues in Ward 8. The second theme was that residents were not in favor of the district system of councilors. There was a general consensus that the idea of having a city councilor representing 2 wards of the district was not as successful in practice as was intended when it was created. The third is that the ward configuration, as we go into redistricting, must preserve neighborhoods. There was definitely a theme throughout that neighborhood identity is particularly strong in the city of Burlington. And there in the report, it uses keep the wards compact. And I know that's slightly more controversial, and that I know some members felt compact wasn't necessarily the right word. Cohesive was perhaps another synonym for it. But I think the theme there is that neighborhoods have identities and want to be kept essentially together
And with that, providing equal representation. And obviously that's the point of redistricting at its core, is to make sure that there is equal representation for the individual wards, and that one person equals one vote. So apart from that, a number of the other findings in the report were less consensus driven. There were a number of examples where people had thoughts that tended to differ. And I should add, and this is in some of the staff memo, is that redistricting itself is a very politically driven process. And as a result, it engenders strong feelings by individuals. And that's certainly something that we encountered throughout the redistricting process. The ad hoc committee redistricting process, is that there was a lot of conversation and certainly strong feelings about some of these issues. But at this point, the report itself is complete. The findings and information have been compiled. I'd be remiss in not thanking the other two staff members who have been helping support this process. I've provided limited legal support, mostly answering questions about redistricting and the legal process, and stepping in for moments like this to take the lead. But Megan Tuttle has also been providing a great deal of support, information, and data. And Brian Pine and CEDO have also been working to support this committee. It's been a joint effort, and I think it's fair to say that certainly this type of committee and this type of work would benefit from dedicated staff resources, which in our memo we do recommend that the council think about next time around. But that this was, we have the information that the council sought. At this point, it's really in the council's court to start to take those next steps, to develop maps, to look at how to redistrict with the population growth that we've seen. And it's largely driven by certain wards that have grown and certain wards that have not, that have resulted in in imbalance in populations. And so I think there's a lot of good information in this report. I expect that the committee members who will be presenting will have some insights to share. But after this, I would recommend that the council move forward, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney Richardson. We have a number of committee members with us this evening, and they were each going to speak to the committee's work. Lee, do you want to kick that off, and then we can go to Greg, or Gregory, I'm sorry. And I'm not sure if Jim Hallway is on. Don't see.
Actually, it was George Love is the third member.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I see that he's on as well.
Okay, great. So if each of you could just speak to your reflections on the committee as well, starting with Lee.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate the City Council on an excellent resolution and a great kickoff to redistricting. And I want to read the specific words because they're very inspiring. As voting and representation are so important to the community fabric, the City Council, in the interest of establishing an open, transparent, nonpartisan, and independent process for redistricting, hereby establishes an ad hoc committee. They charge the NPAs with each electing a representative. Several of the NPAs elected alternates as well. We see the importance of alternates right now because I'm sitting here. I'm an alternate for Jim Hallway, who wasn't able to be here tonight. And so as his alternate, I step in. And the alternates attended, as Dan said, all of the meetings, all the public forums, read everything, fully participated as everything but a voting member. The committee was directed to gather feedback in 4 areas as per the resolution: preferred council board structure, representation, the number of councilors, number of wards, and with regard to incumbency, would it be considered? So I want to go specifically to the memo now, and the memo is really kind of wishy-washy about a lot of things. You really need to look at the surveys and the Menti polls that accompanied our work. at every public forum, there was a poll taken of responses. Wards 1 and 8, 4, and 7 distributed surveys within their NPAs via Facebook and Front Porch Forum. So if you look at the results of the surveys, you see what the majority opinion was. And that's what I'm going to express tonight, is what the majority opinion was. Theme 1. The majority wanted us to eliminate Ward 8 as a student ward, called for integrating on-campus housing into the residential wards. But important to note, 8 wards was the top choice in number of wards. The majority of residents favored 2 reps in each ward. They wanted to eliminate districts, and they said no to at-large counselors. Theme 3, Dan covered this. There's a preference for cohesiveness instead of compactness. And the reason for this is that they look at what will happen when you distribute students among the 4 adjacent wards. You will have some lack of compactness, but you will have cohesiveness. Also, look at the new North End. That split down North Avenue is cohesive, but not compact. So now we want to look at the criterion, and I want you to note that the very first thing is that there was no consensus. And I want to point out that we weren't a consensus building group. We had a facilitator. We did not have someone skilled at consensus building. And there was never any time for consensus building. So you're going to have to depend on looking at those surveys, looking at the public forums to hear what the majority of the people wanted. And you're going to hear it from me right now. Criterion 1, keep the current number of wards with 2 reps per ward. See the 10 question survey and the Menti polls. I won't keep repeating that. That's where the survey information is. Counselors from different wards can work by consensus through committees that are nonpartisan. Criterion 2, eliminate districts. Residents like the small wards where candidates are known, campaigns are affordable, counselors are accountable, and personal contact with constituents at every NPA meeting is really important to us. Clearly, the feedback was that the districts are too large. Criterion 3, people didn't think that an odd number of counselors or board members was necessary. Sharing workload is commented on here, but it really belongs in criterion 1. It has nothing to do with an even or odd number of counselors. Criterion 4, do not pack students predominantly into one ward. Like that salamander Ward 8, constantly it was referred to as the salamander Ward 8.
So
Yes.
you each that you'd have 5 minutes, and you've had 5. So if you could just wrap up and let us get to the other folks on the committee as well.
Okay. Criterion 5, no to at-large seats. Criterion 6, multiple reps per district, per ward, yes. Criterion 7, incumbency was not an issue people cared about. Criterion 8, equal representation was the highest priority. Keeping neighborhoods intact was the next highest priority. Criterion 10, natural boundaries like the Intervale Swamp are more important than streets because they didn't want neighborhood streets on either side to be blocked out. And criterion 11, the relationship between state and legislative districts was not even mentioned. People didn't even know what that meant. And I will send this to you all by email, the complete report. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory, did you want to follow on that and share your perspective from the committee?
Sure. My name is Greg Shepler. I'm the Ward 5 rep for the Redistricting Committee. Appreciate the opportunity to share our work with the members of the City Council. I also appreciate the fact that one of my former high school history students is a member of the City Council. Good evening, Councilor McGee. I'm just glad that that one missing assignment didn't disqualify you from a seat in the room, Joe. Congratulations, well deserved, well deserved. Also deserving congratulations are my fellow members on the Ad Hoc Redistricting Committee. They worked hard under a tight timeline and tried to fulfill the requests identified in the resolution passed by the City Council last June. Your resolution authorized the redistricting committee for the purpose of gathering public comment on 4 main issues that Lee talked about. Truthfully, and the written summary talks about this, our public comment was pretty limited. We had 3 meetings in various locations. We had the survey submissions, but the total input was about 100 people. And that's a meager percentage of the overall citizens. I don't think that the lack of public comments, it was discouraging to the committee. However, the low numbers were influenced by a lot of factors: the pandemic, the tight timeline, and the complexities of redistricting itself. Community members that did participate were quite passionate, though, about their viewpoints. I'm just, the report somewhat speaks for itself, but I'm just, should be taken with a grain of salt that the total number of people that participated was low. I do agree, and I know that other committee members feel this way too, that something needs to be done with Ward 8. Lee has talked about that. According to your resolution, the City Council will likely be hiring a map specialist to consider changing ward boundaries. Should be noted that individuals and groups did submit maps to the committee, but those maps are part of the public record. The redistricting committee did not endorse any maps because map making was beyond our scope of review based on your resolution. This was a difficult limitation because without maps, redistricting is an amorphic topic. Maps help make redistricting visual, physical, and real. Concerning the number of City Council members, I'll just cite one example. I agree that people did like the idea of 2 members, but I did have one Ward 5 community member who emailed me and advocated for a single ward. In other words, all City Council elections should be citywide. And before I dismissed the idea, I considered her argument. She expressed frustration at the current election process, which leaves her 1 ward rep and 1 district rep, which is less than 20% of City Council. She felt frustrated because of the limited accountability under the current structure. If she disagrees with other city councilors' vote, she had no election authority or accountability over them. I had not considered this prior to her email, and this was really one of the benefits of our task listening to community members.
Coming up on your time, so if you could just start to wrap
And
up. I want to give George some time before we go to public forum at 7:30.
Okay. In summary, most members of the committee support the general findings of the written report. Some members have added additional concerns, which you'll find in the addendum of the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I will now go to George Love. And George, are you able to share your thoughts with us from your experience on the redistricting committee? Anything that hasn't been added yet or different? George, are you with us? George Love?
President Tracy, this is Megan Tuttle. I know that George has been having some trouble connecting. I do see that he's here, but he may be having some technical difficulties.
Okay, all right. That being as it is, let's open it up to councilor questions and comments. I don't imagine that maybe we'll be able to address all the questions and comments in 4 minutes, but we may have to just go continue this item after public comment at 7:30. So, and if councilors can just use the raise hand function, it does help me just while I'm trying to keep track of both being in the room and watching you all on Zoom. Councilor Hanson.
Thanks, and thanks, Lee and Dan and Gregory. I'm sorry if I missed this, but was there a preference around the number of city councilors total? I heard the odd even thing, and that wasn't a preference, but was the total number?
2 per ward and 8 wards was the most popular by
Okay.
far.
So 16 councilors then. Okay, that's helpful.
With the suggestion that counselors work more in committee in multi-partisan, multi-ward groups in their committees.
Got it. And with that multi-member wards, was there a preference around elections, if they would be elected in opposite, like at the same time versus opposite years?
Not discussed, Jack, not discussed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other counselors? George, are you with us now? George Love? Okay, I'm not able to get George on, and I'm not seeing any other counselors. Are we sure? Yeah. Counselor Hightower, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the report, because it wasn't what we had on our agenda. So I'm not quite sure what the difference is, because sometimes they don't seem to align. So I guess maybe that's a question, is how this report is different with what was on our agenda. And maybe they're not, but I'm just skimming what you sent us now, and it looks slightly different from what we got initially. And then I guess a question about Ward 8, which I don't completely understand, because I guess the one way to get a minority group a vote is to put most of them into the same voting block. So are folks just saying that folks don't want students to have a voting block, or what was the feeling on what folks were hearing from that?
The feeling was to integrate them throughout 4 wards so that there would be on campus. The main thing was campus health, because there are such large blocks and such high numbers of students. And the idea was to put part in Ward 6, part in Ward 1, part in Ward 2, and part in the downtown ward. We didn't even get to tell you about that. The downtown ward is like hugely popular. You watch that, that's gonna go. I mean, in terms of popular choice. Go ahead, Greg, add your comment.
I would just to address Councillor Hightower's question. There's 2 ways to look at that situation. One is called packing, and when you pack individuals into one particular ward, in this case, then they do have power, but in some cases that power is limited, obviously, to that single ward. The opposite of packing is cracking. You divide up that group, and in some cases you do limit their ability to work cohesively by spreading them so thin. So it can go either way in terms of the advantages and disadvantages to ensuring the strength for a particular group.
I'll just add quickly on top of that, knowing that we're short on time. One of the comments that came out, or observations, was that Ward 8's voting rates were lower than a number of the other wards. And I know that some committee members had concerns about that. If you looked at their actual, it was significantly lower. And when you're talking about redistricting, you really have a number of different options. And certainly it seems like one of the things that went into creating Ward 8 originally was to give students a voice by putting them into a district where their voice, they were a significant portion of the voting population. And that's certainly a value that the council may say, this is important for us going forward. I think it is a consensus that the committee felt that there were a number of different issues. And certainly Diane Meyerhoff's report digs into some of those details, as does the addendum and public comments of individuals and their feedback.
What's that, Councilor Hightower?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so and thank you to the members of the committee and Attorney Richardson, I appreciate that. Before I transition into the public forum, are there other counselors, just so I know, on the other side, the committee members to know, are other counselors wishing to ask questions or offer comments? Okay, Counselor Paul, I'll note that. We can come back to you on that. I do want to get to the public forum, but we will have to divide it. So just if committee members can please just hold tight, we'll come back to you after we go to the public forum. Counselor Paul?
President Tracy, I mean, honestly, I don't want to keep all of the committee members, holding my comments were just simply, as one of the co-sponsors of the resolution, to just simply thank them for their time. And they don't need to stay to hear me say that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Counselor Paul, and thank you certainly for being here and for your time for you all, as well as everyone else who served on the committee and who has taken part in this effort. Really appreciate it. So
information. I don't know if Councillor Jang had questions too, but I didn't know.
I
know that
Freeman, I can't hear you. What did you say?
I said I saw Councillor Jang's hand up. I didn't want him to potentially get cut off if he did have a question. I know you're thinking about doing it after the forum, but I just wanted to make a note of that.
Councillor Jang, did you have a question? So I can just
question and comments, and I've been raising my hand for a long time as well.
Oh,
I'll be waiting.
I missed that.
No problem.
Thank you for that. I apologize. Folks, I'm sorry. It's very difficult I came into a room that was completely not set up for a meeting and had to get this whole thing set up at this time. So it's just been a really challenging time. So thank you all for bearing with me as we're getting this meeting going. And we'll get into the public forum now. The next meeting is the public forum. So if you are interested in the public forum, in signing up for the public forum in person, you may do so signing up using those forms in the corner over here in Contoys and then handing them to the city clerk, and they'll be brought to me. If you are, however, participating remotely and would wish to participate that way, you may sign up by going to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum. And that way you'll be able to, that will feed into a sheet that I then use to read off the public forum names. I see some folks are indicating interest in item 6.02, and this is a little bit of a quirk for tonight, is that we do essentially have two public forums this evening. So we have one, which is the general public forum, in which people are able to speak to a variety of different issues based. If you are interested in speaking to those issues, you may do so, and also you can certainly speak to the charter change issue. However, what I would say is that and my recommendation would be for you to folks to comment on the charter change, which is 6.02, a separate public hearing. So we can discuss what you would like to do, but I would recommend that folks who are interested in commenting on the charter change do so as part of the public hearing. That is necessary should the council is able to make changes to the question to be placed on the ballot based off of public testimony that takes place in the context of that hearing. That hearing, however, can only be is only for for comments on the charter change itself. So I'll check in with folks as we go through the sign up and the sign ups. And if you indicated 6.02, we can come back to you at a different point for that. So the comment. So in terms of the public comment itself, folks will have 2 minutes, and if we could just get the 2 minutes up on the screen, we'll have 2 minutes up on the screen here as well as the screen in. Remotely. So, and the way that we do things is that we start with each person has 2 minutes. We will hold you to that 2 minutes. So I'll ask you I'll tell you when your time is up, and you'll need to complete and end at that point. In terms of the commentary itself, please refrain from using profanity and personal attacks. within your comments, please speak to the issues. And if you can also just please not attack, in the room here, please not attack or comment towards other speakers, maintain decorum, and please keep the room. If you need to have a conversation with someone about something, please step out and have a conversation with folks about that outside. And if you're, just so that I can make sure that I'm able to track all the different things that we're trying to track here tonight. And the other thing about our forum is that we do prioritize Burlington residents. We prioritize Burlington residents who are in person. Then we go to Burlington residents who are participating remotely. And then after that, we have Burlington residents who, non-Burlington residents who are here in person, and then non-Burlington residents who are participating remotely. So, having said that, we will go to our first batch of speakers who are Burlington residents who are participating. Excuse me, no, I'm please don't interrupt me. The comments, so the first speaker is Jeff Comstock, to be followed by Richard Hilliard and Sherry LaMarche. Welcome.
All set?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Jeff Comstock. I'm a resident of Ward 7, and I served as one of the alternates on the Ad Hoc Steering Committee. And my primary message this evening is for the council itself in terms of an issue that you need to be aware of, because the reason that the final report is unchanged from the December 22nd draft that the committee and the consultant created is because the committee itself essentially became hamstrung over the issue or an interpretation of whether or not open meeting law applied to the work of the ad hoc committee. And I think this is an important issue for the council to explore, because if the council is going to use this ad hoc committee mechanism for other purposes, you want your working committees to be able to communicate more freely with each other without being intimidated or constrained by open meeting law. And I've read the guidance document provided by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and to my interpretation, clearly the ad hoc committee is not governed by the definition of public body under open meeting law. So the essential impact there was because the committee wasn't able to communicate amongst themselves and share comments to complete the report. So that's unfortunate. And then the second point I really want to make is that the current conversation about mapping is actually jumping the gun, because the city council's current challenge and primary challenge at this point of the game for redistricting should be to decide on the priority criteria that you're going to use to govern map making and ward delineation going forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Our next speaker is Richard Hilliard, to be followed by Sherry LaMarche.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Richard Hilliard, and I was nominated to be the Ward 1 representative on the Ad Hoc Committee on Redistricting. A lot of good work came out of the committee, and especially the public input, about statistically about 40% of which was from Ward 1. None of that comment from Ward 1 was with regard to the downtown ward, which may be a good idea, but it wasn't discussed. There was a meeting to discuss the final paper, but the committee chose to spend its time on other matters which had never previously been discussed, and that's unfortunate. And in that context, I fully endorse Mr. Comstock's comments. Regardless, 30 years ago, I managed a factory in Southern California for a European multinational. And we were acquired by a Japanese meganational, and one of my first experiences was a teleconference with Tokyo. We couldn't figure out why the image on our screen didn't match what our camera seemed to suggest. So I brought that up to Tokyo, and the response was, Mr. Hilliard, we control the camera. That experience was brought to mind during our committee meetings. Who was really running the show? Was it the city, the council, the committee, or, as a fellow member suggested, alternates? The previous redistricting experience was anything but transparent, so my message to City Council and City Hall is this: the public is smart, often illuminating and inspiring. Please make the ensuing redistricting process transparent. It's really important. And a side note, thank you, President Tracy, for your service to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Lamar. Sherry, I see that you wanted to speak to the charter change. Would you like to speak now, or do you want to speak as part of the public hearing?
How long will it be until that?
So we have just a couple of items on our deliberative agenda before that. So we have climate emergency reports, which is just councilors providing brief reports, the approval of the consent agenda, and then an appointment of a city appointment. So the public, there are quite a few people signed up for public forum, so it's your call. Okay. All right, I will put it aside for that comment. Michelle Morin, I see the same, you had signed up to speak to that as well. Are you interested in speaking? Yep, exactly. The charter change. It's under the public hearing is on that as well. So it's a single item, yeah. It's part of the charter change process is that we do need to hold public hearings on it. And then the council is able to, based on the testimony from the public, make changes to it, but only in the context of the public hearing. So my recommendation to folks is if you are interested in commenting on the charter change would be to do so as part of the public hearing itself on the deliberative agenda, but it's your call. Okay. And then our next speaker is Christopher Aaron Felker. Christopher, did you want to? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Christopher Aaron Felker. I'm chairman of the Burlington Republican Party. I'm here tonight to speak on some agenda items. 6.02, we do oppose the prostitution charter change. 6.05, we oppose the proposed tax rate increase. 6.07, we oppose the municipal mask mandate and corresponding vaccine passport. CDC has confirmed that cloth masks are ineffective, just like we said at the beginning of this. And the city's mask mandate calls for cloth masks. So we don't have, our mask mandate has been proven ineffective. The desired results that council sought did not come to fruition. The governor was correct. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of 2.01. I've had the pleasure of working with members of the ad hoc committee on redistricting. I have attended multiple meetings myself. We are advocating for a return to the an 8-ward, 2-councilor model. We approve of the map that was made up that includes a compacted downtown district, so that way these groups can finally feel that their voices are being heard in our government. We've heard a lot of people who live in the Church Street Marketplace area that say that they feel that their voices are ignored by their city councilors. And we absolutely oppose any effort from this administration or council to roll out at-large districts in Burlington. We recognize that the cost will be a barrier, and the city has made every effort to try and tear down barriers. This rolling out of at-large districts will create multiple barriers to service. We oppose them entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've gone through our Burlington speakers who are here in person. So we're going to transition to Burlington folks participating remotely, and I'll get into that Zoom. Our first couple of Burlington speakers are, I see Christopher Hasley, Robert Bristow Johnson, Jody Woos, Patricia Myers, and Tony Reddington. So I'm going to locate those folks right now. So Chris Hasley, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you, President Tracy. As I'm here tonight to speak additional voice on the concept of the downtown ward. Redistricting has been an interesting topic of mine for a while, and when I saw it was coming up in Burlington, I started reviewing the history of the process here in Burlington and began to look at historical maps. And when I did that, I discovered that the downtown ward did in fact actually exist for over 100 years, from dating back to the city's founding. It was eliminated in 1967 during the urban renewal phase of our city's development, when the Little Italy neighborhood here in the downtown area was raised, and that was when downtown kind of lost its voice. Well, I think there are many things that we have in common with our neighbors to the north of Pearl Street and the Old North End. Downtown is a uniquely distinct district. We have, in addition to people living here, we have the business district, we have bars, restaurants, retail establishments, a number of other types of activities that are not typically found in a residential area. So that's one way it makes us a community of interest. Additionally, my apologies here, I'm having some technical issues on my end here. So this has been a historical thing for a while. And, you know, as someone who's been in the city for a while, one of the things we see is like, we're part of Ward 3 now. So if we want to participate, we have to, you know, go north of Pearl Street. You know, used to be the multi-generational center. Now it's the community center in on Allen Street. So we have unique needs down here that don't always get reflected in some of the larger discussions that are happening. And we would just really like to have our own voice in as a downtown neighborhood into what the city is doing for decision-making and policy-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Bristow Johnson, to be followed by Jody Woos. Robert, I've enabled your microphone.
Hello, good evening. So I want to give you some very quick technical information, and then I have a proposal for City Council. The quick technical information is that we're not returning to any 8-ward map. This is the first time we've had an 8-ward map. We would be returning to a 7-ward map if we revert to something from before. And a 7-ward map would be able to keep Ward 1 the same, because Ward 1 is right now 1/7 of the city. That's why it's a little too big. But the consequence would be that the West Old North End, those folks would have to go up to either St. Mark's Church or the Miller Center to vote if they wanted to vote in person. That might be a problem. So if there's an 8-ward map, then necessarily Ward 1 is going to have to lose some people because it's too big. And if there's a 7-ward map, and if the athletic campus goes into Ward 1, then Ward 1 will have to lose some people. In any case, I think that the big discussion is going to be about how Ward 1 is pared down in size and what moves into it. Then I believe that we're going to have to look at a lot of different ideas. There is actually an idea that people are pointing to already, but I think before the City Council considers that, I think it would be a good idea if the mandate for the committee, the ad hoc committee, continues and looks over dozens of maps and it gives to City Council a more a smaller digested list of maps. Maybe City Council would look at 5 maps. Maybe City Council would look at more or less. But I recommend.
Is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Jody Woos, to be followed by Patricia Myers. Jody, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you, Councillor Tracy. I'm Jody Woos. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm in Ward 2. I'm commenting tonight on agenda item 6.03 regarding general aviation considerations. I would urge the City Council to vote against Councillor Dang's resolution. I would, however, like to thank Councillor Dang for bringing the activities at the Burlington International Airport to the attention of the City Council. According to its airport master plan, the airport seeks to expand its operations over the next decade, including a 20% increase in the number of non-military flights per year. Their plans include even further encroachment on the Chamberlain neighborhood, a working class area which has been ravaged by years of home buyouts and is now under assault by noise generated by all aircraft, including the F-35s. Further, this expansion will result in a dramatic increase in the greenhouse gas emissions associated with increased air traffic. The City of Burlington has always included the greenhouse gas emissions coming from the airport in its own reporting. Historically, though, the only airport emissions accounted for are those of on-the-ground activities, airport maintenance, heating, lighting needs of the terminal, and so on. As a result, the city and the airport are greenwashing when they report projected reductions in the city's total emissions. There will be no reduction in actual total greenhouse emissions from the airport if its plan is successful. We are in a climate crisis and urgently need to come up with dramatic and creative solutions to that crisis. I urge the council to not start with the assumption that airport expansion is unambiguously desirable. Further, the City Council's priorities at this time should be first, the protection of the Chamberlain neighborhood, second, the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from airport activities, and third, the transparent and considered treatment of the existing general aviation tenants. None of these priorities are addressed in Councillor Dang's resolution, so please vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Myers. I believe I've located you. Now, Patty, I did see that you were speaking on the charter change, that you'd signed up on the charter change issue. So if you'd like, I can hold off on you until you're speaking until the public hearing takes place. Patty Myers, I've enabled your microphone. Are you? Okay, Patty, I can come back to you as part of that public hearing as well and see.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just unmuted myself. Yes, I would like to speak then. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know. I'll come back to you at that point.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. So that brings us to our next group of Burlington residents who are participating remotely. I'll read off a couple. So we have Tony Reddington to be followed by Jean Bergman, Sharon Busher, Michelle Borbus, Dan Castrigano, and Paul Fleckenstein. There's others to follow, but that's just to give those folks who are closer on deck an idea of that you're coming up. So hopefully you all can be ready. I come to Tony Reddington now. Tony, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you, Councillor Tracy, and thank you for your service. First, I'd like to thank both Lee Terhune and Chris Hasley for their work both on and assisting the ad hoc committee on redistricting and coming up with, as Lee Terhune has suggested, what will be very popular, and I agree with Lee, a downtown ward. I can speak specifically to an experience having lived in for several years in the Old North End on North Winooski, and having moved almost 2 years ago now to downtown, where I'm within shouting distance of the King Maple neighborhood. And being at the same time on the Neighborhood Planning Assembly, as some of you know, I can speak firsthand that in working the programming and the agendas and so forth for the NPA for several years, we never even understood the presence of the downtown, or much less the block or two of the King Maple neighborhood, as being part of our concerns, which were centered on obviously the Old North End. That has changed. And I think that rather than talking about a downtown ward, and again, thanks to Chris Hasley, who did the historical work to to point out that this district always existed, this ward always existed. That it is not only just a downtown ward, but it includes the King Maple neighborhood down to the Bobbin Mill just below Maple Street. So it's really a King Maple downtown ward that we're talking about, plus extending out towards some of the, and including some of the university students that would be split up among several wards. So I can say wholeheartedly for the first time that I agree with the chair of the Republican Party of Burlington, that who endorsed before you just a little while ago the 8 wards, two representatives per ward, and he endorsed the downtown award, which I now live in. I will lose my Ward 3 residency. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Jean Bergman, to be followed by Sharon Busher. Jean, I've enabled your microphone.
Good evening. I want to ask you to defeat the airport resolution because it's still predicated on expansion. It just doesn't protect the Chamberlain School neighborhood. It doesn't address aviation emissions associated with expansion and our need to reduce them as part of fighting the climate emergency. And it doesn't even sufficiently address the issues of the general aviation tenants. So I hope that you'll defeat the resolution and go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Our next speaker is Sharon Busher, to be followed by Michelle Orbis. Sharon, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you. Tonight, I wanted to speak regarding 2 proposals on your agenda. One has to do with the proposed tax increase, and the other has to do with the infrastructure bond. I feel the pandemic has done a disservice to the administration and to this body because I feel you're insulated from the pain that most residents feel financially with reappraisal and with the inflation rate. I think affordability is key. You talked at the Board of Finance about your increased costs and why you need a tax increase. But you also have other ways to address some of those shortfalls. You haven't looked everywhere. You've acknowledged that tonight. With the infrastructure bond, I spoke about the fact that my concern for this community is that we have a priority to get a high school bond passed. That's in November. And I don't think people have the monies to support all of these different bonds. You might retort, each one is only $13 here or $6 there, but you're nickel and diming people so that they can't afford it. That's the way you lose your income. And so I ask you to really look long and hard at the reality of what's going on in Burlington and what residents are experiencing and prioritize the needs of our children. I don't have kids in school. I don't have grandchildren in school here, but to have a high school and a technical center has to be our #1 priority. I understand the need for fire trucks and radio communication. I had come to the Board of Finance and said, if you had to go forward, do a $10 million bond to address those items. But your appetite was greater. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Michelle Borbis, to be followed by Dan Castrogano and Paul Fleckenstein. Michelle, give me a second. Michelle, I've located you and have enabled your mic. Michelle Borbis.
Okay, there we go. Hi, good evening. Thanks for taking a moment to listen to what I have to say. I moved to Burlington about 18 months ago, and I've lived in the rural, I've lived in suburbans, I've lived now in downtown. And I found that it was quite a different type of frustration at times. because we felt like we weren't being heard when we had concerns. So when this redistricting came up, it kind of piqued my interest, I guess you could say, with the fact that considering having a downtown ward was a positive, because then we actually have somebody that we could go and speak to that lives in this area, understands the things that we go through here that are very different from living on the outskirts of a city. They just aren't the same types of needs. So I hope that it is seriously considered to have a downtown ward where we would have our own representative to share our concerns, our thoughts, our needs with the city council. And I would like to also do one last thank you to those who recognize that this would be a positive. That's all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Castrogano, to be followed by Paul Fleckenstein. Dan, I've enabled your microphone.
Thanks, Councilor Tracy. My name is Dan Castrogano. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm speaking to the agenda item 6.03, the expansion of the airport. And my message is very simple. The burning of fossil fuels is causing our climate and ecological systems to collapse. Expanding the airport is building more fossil fuel infrastructure, and it would be more planes burning more jet fuel. So I urge the City Council to not expand the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Fleckenstein, and I'll read off a couple to follow Paul. So we have Sylvie Overby, Carolyn Bates, Abby German, and then looks like a number of Burlington, or one Burlington person who, oh, well, Abby, it looks like you signed up twice, so you only get to go once unless you are just wanting to speak in you can speak to general city issues in this public forum, and then but you can't, and also address the charter change and the charter change issue, but you can't address any other issues other than the charter change and the charter change one. So I'll work through that with you when we get to that item, because I'm not sure what you're looking to do. So I'm going to go to Paul Fleckenstein first. Paul, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you, Max. I'm wanting to speak against the airport resolution. Another way to say things is that we are in the third year of a 10-year period where the UN warns that there must be radical reductions every year on the order of 10% to avoid climate catastrophe. And we aren't seeing any emissions reductions in general, and something radically different must be done. We're also seeing harms continue to be inflicted on working class residents, disproportionately on people of color by Burlington Airport policies and development. So 3 things, 2 we've heard: stop further airport expansion into the neighborhoods, revise the airport's plans to increase greenhouse gas emissions for all types of increased airport traffic. And then 3rd, it's just very important, we have to reject the autocratic and imperious operation of the airport management, one that promoted and misrepresented and dismissed the harmful impacts of the F-35 warplanes on thousands of people in the Burlington area. Unfortunately, the aviation resolution proposed to the council tonight assists the airport in continuing to do all of these 3 things. So the council should vote no and take a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Sylvie Overby, to be followed by Carolyn Bates. And Sylvie, I found you and have enabled your microphone.
Hello there. I am speaking on 2 items, actually, the reapportionment and also the proposed March ballot items asking for approval for additional city debt. On the reapportionment and the redrawing of the ward lines, I provided a communication in the consent agenda in support of the 8 wards with the 2 city councilors per ward. I support a revision of that ward, the ward lines, to recreate the downtown ward as Ward 8, and this change would remove the downtown area from the Old North End wards. Council seats in these 8 wards are easier to campaign in through the winter, and it's significantly less expensive to campaign an award other than, than if you had to do it citywide or at large, where party affiliated candidates would otherwise be advantaged financially. As for the proposed March ballot items, asking voters to add $50 million of existing city debt, I ask, do you really think the voters will choose to add this $50 million of city debt before hearing in mid-March the projected costs for the new high school and tech center? The $25.92 million tax increment financing debt for Main Street upgrades has been characterized as debt that will not cost taxpayers a penny, when in fact TIF financing is borrowing that taxpayers are on the hook to pay back unless specifically identified private development takes place to raise extra property tax revenue. It's borrowing on an optimistic bet. A review of the projects listed to cover the projected debt service is on that through 2036 is unfortunately speculative and lacking in detail. Until taxpayers think the reappraisal unfairness has been fixed, and before the bill for the new high school is known, it's not logical that voters will want to commit to borrowing another $50 million. These ballot items should be on the November ballot, not the March ballot, with necessary priorities set. Perhaps residents do want this wish list of these items. I support some of them too, but the voters need to know how much the high school will cost to cover in addition to that $70 million already approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Bates, to be followed by Abby German. And Carolyn, located you and have enabled your microphone.
Great. Hi, I'm Carolyn Bates. I'm in Ward 5, and I had the pleasure of working with Lee Terhune and several other people to just look at the maps, the redistricting, and all the ideas. And I also was most responsible for trying to keep the King Street, Maple Street into one ward instead of two wards for years, being in Ward 5 and having to work on Maple Street, and then only half of King Street. It was, I realized that it was totally not a good way. So I helped with the downtown ward, which I think is extremely important. I don't think we need a Ward 8 for UVM. I like having 16 city councilors. I really find it's frustrating having sort of half a councilor plus one. And I really, really want to have the long census block that's in Ward 5 now broken or cracked, as they said, so that the northern part of that long census block, which has the Bobbin Mill in it and some private homes, would become part of the downtown ward where all the King and Maple Street neighborhoods belong. And the bottom half, or 2/3, which is Pine Street and businesses in the art district, stay in Ward 5 where it belongs, because the rest of Pine Street and the art district is in Ward 5. Let's see, eliminating the UVM ward is really good. I think spreading the students into several wards is much better. The students, to me, don't seem to really come in great masses to ask for changes. So having them spread apart, since they seem to be not a high and voting,
So
would. Thank you.
Thank
And I also, Max Tracy, I just want to thank you very much for
Carolyn, your time is up. Thank you.
I only wanted to thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But
okay. Bye.
Bye. Our next speaker is Abby German. Abby, give me a second. Abby, I've located you. I see you've signed up twice for, I think, different items, like I was saying before. And just so you know, you can speak to the charter change. It's the charter change on sex work as part of a public hearing that's going to take place on the deliberative agenda, or now, like I said before. So it's your call. And I didn't know if you wanted to speak to some of the other items that weren't included in the public hearing now, but I just wanted to just see what your thinking is.
Yes. Most of my time tonight will be about the charter change, so I'll speak then, but I would just quickly like to speak now as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you would like to speak on other, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to reiterate the folks that are speaking out against the airport expansion. I think that it's irresponsible and violent as well to do so. And then I'll speak again later tonight. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So our next speaker, looks like we are through all of the Burlington residents who have signed up remotely. So we'll transition back to non-Burlington residents who are here in person. Again, see some folks who have signed up to speak on the charter change issue. Caitlin Macias. You'll wait. Okay. Thank you. Aaron Regan, I see again. Okay, great. Go ahead.
I'm here to speak against the charter change. I unfortunately can't stay, so I'm going to speak now. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erin Regan. I am here as a member of the World Without Exploitation Youth Coalition, and most importantly, as an educator. For the past 8 years, I have worked with high school students in the Northeast. I joined the coalition because I saw firsthand how the sex trade directly affects the young people on the margins that I work with, young people with whom I teach, I work with, and I love. The average age of entry into the sex trade is between 14 and 16 years old. The people most often exploited in the sex trade are young women and girls of color who are living in poverty. This begs the question, who benefits when the sex trade expands? Fully decriminalizing prostitution, which is what this resolution would do, makes it easier for sex buyers, pimps, and brothel owners to buy and sell the most marginalized in our communities. What happens when there are no legal repercussions for buying and selling people? In a study done by the nonprofit Rights for Girls, 1 in 5 men said that they would buy sex if, quote, the circumstances were right. When prostitution is fully decriminalized, the circumstances are right. Think back to the 14 to 16-year-old girls who are most often harmed and exploited. By fully decriminalizing prostitution, teenagers like the ones I work with every day are bought and sold. My students are smart, funny, ambitious. They are also extremely vulnerable. Resolutions like this, intentionally or unintentionally, exploit their vulnerabilities, and they make it easier for them to line the pockets of their exploiters. As an educator, I stand with World Without Exploitation in their call for the equality model, an approach that will decriminalize those sold in the sex trade.
So your time is up.
Keep their exploiters accountable.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Karen. Okay. Maggie is followed by Janet Metz. Oh, wait, okay. Public hearing. I see Stephanie Clark. Okay.
My name is Stephanie Clark. I'm the CEO of Amira Inc. We are one of the largest providers of exit and aftercare services to women exiting the commercial sex trade in New England. We work with women who are U.S. citizens, and to date, 61% of the women we have served in our residential program were sold for sex in Vermont during their time in the sex trade. I'm speaking regarding the proposal to strike language regarding prostitution in the city ordinance. In our 10 years of work, we have served more than 400 women who were sold in the commercial sex trade in the United States. We've learned through the stories of those who are in the commercial sex trade in Vermont that it's particularly active in Burlington and is directly connected to gang activity. Those who survive the Vermont sex trade experience brutalization from gangs, hospitalizations from broken pelvises, complete jaw replacements, severe beatings, physical humiliation, access to opiates and fentanyl, along with continued support in abusing these substances. Their family members were targeted by traffickers and gang members. They had an inability to go back to areas out of fear for their lives. It's been well documented that when the sex trade has been fully decriminalized in other countries and provinces, there have been a significant increase in those who are being trafficked and exploited. What I have listed out has been happening now to women without the decriminalization of the sex trade. Should this happen, you are guaranteed an increase in violence and an increase in the most marginalized here in Vermont continuing to be exploited and trafficked. The issue is that full decriminalization does not support those who are in the sex trade willingly or unwillingly. It will only increase the demand for their bodies. increase the violence that can be done against them, and support the buyers who often come from the most privileged. If your goal is safety for those in the sex trade, this will not help. There are already little to no services in Vermont that provide support for those exiting the commercial sex trade. This is why I'm here representing an organization that is based in Massachusetts, because we are serving the women who are coming from Vermont. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and be in conversation with those who are actively working in this field to explore other solutions that have been shown to benefit those in prostitution. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one other person who is non-Burlington in person, Rachel Foster. Okay, all right, I will put you in the file for the public hearing. Okay, we will now transition back to non-Burlington folks who are participating remotely. So I have Isaac Bissell to be followed by James Mark Lees, Jim Sexton, Henry June, Christine Rigo, and Matthew Codsey. We have a couple more after that, but those are just a few so that folks know that they're on, that they're coming up. So I will go to Isaac Bissell now. Isaac, I've enabled your microphone. Isaac Bissell. Yep, Isaac, I see your hand is raised. I've unmuted you and I've enabled your microphone. Isaac, you should be able to speak. Not sure what's happening there. Your talking is permitted. It does look like you are unmuted. Okay. Isaac, I can come back again and try again. We'll go to James Mark Lees now. You've enabled your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I urge a no vote on the airport resolution. I'd just like to point out that the airport master plan says the airport now includes 950 acres, and 55 of those acres are empty land already designated and zoned for commercial development. Those 55 acres are located right next to General Aviation and Beta Technologies. They're perfectly located. Beta is using 21 of those 55 acres, and that leaves 34 acres perfectly located for General Aviation. Therefore, rezoning 11 more acres of Chamberlain land is not needed. The best way to support General Aviation, including Beta, and to protect the Chamberlain neighborhood is for the council to tell the acting airport director to withdraw the airport's request to rezone in Chamberlain and make the buildable part of that perfectly located and properly zoned empty 34 acres next to the valley available for General Aviation. The council should begin planning to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as well from this city-owned airport, starting by saying no to any expansion of fossil fuel aviation and no to the 22 gallon per minute climate killing F-35. So please vote no on Councilor Deng's resolution and tell the airport director to withdraw the rezoning request and make the 34 acres in the valley area available to General Aviation now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isaac Bissell, I'll come back to you and see if we can get your microphone working. So Isaac, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. I'm a resident of the Chamberlain School neighborhood in South Burlington. I'm also a member of the Burlington Airport Rezoning Task Force. I'm here to speak in opposition to the resolution referring general aviation considerations to the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Commission. I wanted to begin by thanking Councilor Deng for his engagement with those who have raised concerns about the environmental and community impacts of the earlier drafts of this resolution. This having been said, I do have concerns about the language in the latest resolution. The present resolution includes whereas clauses that are biased towards airport expansion, and this is not the appropriate framing for the issues under consideration. Additionally, the resolved clauses prevent the full examination of the concerns that have been raised relating to rising aviation emissions and the impacts of the proposed expansion on the Chamberlain School neighborhood. Lastly, the requirement to return the reported findings to the City Council by March does not give the Commission enough time to fully examine the issues at hand. The concerns that have been raised by local residents about the airport administration's active plans for expansion and by members of the general aviation about the airport administration's transparency are incredibly complex and deserve a complete and unfettered investigation by the City Council or by the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Commission. The resolution put forward tonight prevents that complete investigation. The council should vote no on the resolution, and council members should take more time to engage further with the various stakeholders in order to find a path forward that will allow for a complete examination of the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Jim Sexton, to be followed by Henry June, Christine Rigo, and Matthew Codsey. We have a couple more after that as well. Jim, I see that you are interested in speaking to the charter change, so if you could just let me know if you'd like to speak now or wait later. Jim Sexton? Jim, I've enabled your mic. It looks like you're muted on your end. Okay, it looks like you've unmuted, Jim. Still can't hear you. Okay. Jim, I will come back to you again for the public hearing. And then I'm going to go to Henry June. Let me just locate you and Henry June, I'm not able to locate you for this. So I'm going to go to Christine Rigo. And Christine, you're interested in the charter change. So if you could let me know if you wanted to go now or during the charter change hearing itself.
I am delivering testimony on behalf of another, and it doesn't include any suggested changes, so I'll deliver it now.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
This is on behalf of an ally and friend and sex work client who asked not to be named. I want to thank the Charter Committee for voting to strike this dated and offensive language from the City Charter of Burlington. This is a great first step in destigmatizing sex work and helping erotic laborers feel seen and recognized as the valued community members they are and ought to be. If the goal is to destigmatize, then promoting the stereotype that sex workers are all femmes and taking their agency by infantilizing them all as helpless victims is not removing a stigma, it's just changing it. We also need to get over the stigma on people who buy sex work. Anyone who watches porn is in this category. We're not all predators, perverts, or misogynists. We're not all men either. This is personal to me as a survivor of early childhood sexual abuse and trauma, and as an autistic person. After I was victimized at age 4, I became extremely wary of physical intimacy with any family or friends. I never learned the implicit languages of intimacy, languages that were difficult anyway with autism. Once I hit puberty and developed my own sexuality, it became terrifying to me. I'm always held back by this fear that I'm doing something wrong when I try to flirt or approach anyone I'm interested in. I've only bought sex work legally online so far in my life, but it's a source of connection and relief. It allows me to overcome my trauma and heal just a little. Sex work is work, but it's more than that. Sex work is healing work and social work. Even with these legal limitations, the confidence, comfort, and support I've gotten from consensual sex workers in my community has been as helpful in overcoming CPTSD as any of the normative medicalized therapy I've received. It's past time we stopped criminalizing humanity, stopped criminalizing the efforts of hurt and disabled people to reclaim our humanity. Thank you for beginning this process to help Burlington do that. I'm pretty sure I'm out of time, so I will submit the full statement via email. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Codsey, to be followed by Jack Garza, Lauren Hirsch, Trisha Grant, Audrey Morrissey, Abby German, Savannah Sly, Michael Shively, Carl Martin, and Lori Cohen. So I'm going to go to Matthew Codsey. Matthew, looks like I've enabled your microphone. Looks like you're interested in speaking to the charter change, so you can choose to speak now or wait until the public hearing later on.
Hello?
Yes.
Ready to go?
Yep. So do you want to speak now on the charter change, or would you like to wait until the public hearing?
I'd like to speak now.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm Matthew Coetzee. I'm 18 years old. I'm going to college next year in a town very similar to Burlington, and I'm deeply concerned about a city that openly allows for the commercial sexual exploitation of vulnerable women and girls. I identified a brothel only 500 feet from my house. Cars full of men were lined up in front of the brothel late into the night. The single woman there had to fend off against a drug man's harassment, and she told me, and I quote, "It happens all the time." She wasn't safe there. And there's no issue with teenagers going to the place and paying for whatever services were being offered. It's truly terrifying to think that a college town like Burlington can soon be the center of sex tourism. What the laws that you're proposing do is suggest that for a price, women can be bought by men. But buying sex does not mean buying the consent of these women. No one can buy consent. At the very best, they'd be buying compliance, and those are not the same. It's a disaster to imagine that thousands of college students are at risk of being exposed to a decriminalized sex trade. And the best I can do is tell you all that full decriminalization is wrong. It endangers women. It gives men the idea that they can exploit women with no repercussions just because they can afford it. And it sets up Burlington, a college town, to be one of the biggest sex tourism locations in the country. That's wrong. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Garza, to be followed by Lauren Hirsch. Jack, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I can wait to speak until the hearing.
Okay. I will hold off on that. Okay. Next person, Lauren Hirsch. Lauren. Lauren, I've enabled your microphone. Lauren? Okay, I see that you are signed up for the charter change and are interested in speaking to the charter change, so I can try you again at that point. And then I have Trisha Grant, to be followed by Audrey Morrissey. Trisha, I'm coming to you. Trisha, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you. I will also be waiting for the public hearing.
Okay, great. I will mark that for you. I'm going to come to Audrey Morrissey. Audrey, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and I see that you are interested in speaking to the charter change. Are you interested in speaking now, or would you like to wait until the public hearing specific to the charter change?
Well, I'm going to speak now because I don't, I'm just going to speak now.
Okay.
That's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, great. So my name is Audrey Morrissey. I work for an organization. I'm a co-executive director of an organization in Massachusetts called My Life, My Choice, where we work with vulnerable adolescent youth who have been trafficked throughout New England. Some have been trafficked through Vermont. I'm here to say that one of the things that I know for sure, if Vermont were to do a full decrim on prostitution to fill the demand, I know that Black and brown children will be sold at a very, very high rate. There is no way to have an adult sex industry where there are no children. Anywhere that there's an adult industry, there are always children. The other thing that I just want to acknowledge is that allowing privileged men to buy people of color is something that I am totally against. And even when we talk about adult women of color who don't have a choice, if we were to legalize pimping, it will be to fill the demand. There will be a sale of Black and brown children and adults in numbers that we have never seen before. And so I just ask that, you know, Black and brown people to think about that, to understand that Black and brown people have already gone through enough, and to allow to be blunt, privileged white males to be able to purchase them is a sad state of affairs. And so I just want to say that, and thank you for giving me some time to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, actually, I was able to locate who, to locate Henry June. So Henry June, let me go back to you and just, so Henry June, I believe I've located you and
Hi.
wanted to check in. Are you interested in speaking to the charter change? And if so,
Yeah.
during...
Yeah.
All right, I'll put
Thank you.
for that. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay. Following that, I have Savannah Sly. Savannah, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, I'd like to speak on the charter change in the formal public hearing if possible.
Sure, I will put that down.
Thank you.
To Michael Chiavelli. Michael, I've enabled your microphone.
Yeah, I'd like to wait until the hearing, please.
Sure. Okay, I will then go to Carl Martin. Carl, I've located you and have enabled your microphone.
Thanks. Thank you, council members. My name is Carl Martin, and I live in our state capital, Montpelier. I feel obliged to attend tonight to urge you to oppose the General Aviation Resolution number 6.03, because any expansion of general aviation will mean an increase in the carbon emissions that accelerate global heating. We know that we must quickly reduce such emissions and instead construct alternative economic systems based on the well-being of human communities and our complex ecosystems. This resolution was constructed without any serious engagement with environmental damage or with the immediate impacts on the Chamberlain neighborhood. The conversion of more green spaces there is just another symbol of the subordination of the needs of everyday people to the old model of economic quote-unquote growth. Moreover, as has been mentioned already, it's my understanding that of the almost 1,000 acres controlled by the airport, There are roughly 22 acres available in an ideal location for infrastructure improvements for current general aviation tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Lori Cohen is our the last person I have signed up to speak in the public forum on this issue. Has not indicated they would like to speak in the charter change hearing later on. Lori, do see you're interested in the charter change item, so just wanted.
Yes, thank you. I will wait. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. I can come back to you for that item. Okay, so that concludes our public forum for this evening. We do have, as I said before, a charter change a hearing on the charter change regarding sex work. A number of you indicated that you are interested in waiting until that hearing, so we will come back to that item. If you are interested in speaking, or if you're interested in speaking on that item and are in the room, you can sign up using the forms in the corner. If you are interested in participating in that public hearing online or participating remotely and have not already signed up, and again, if not already signed up, then please go to burlingtonvt.gov/public forum or /city council/public forum. So that's burlingtonvt.gov/city council/public forum to sign up there. But if you've already signed up for that, I already have you on the sheet, so no need to double sign up. In fact, it would make it more complicated for that sign up if you sign up more than once. So if you've already signed up for that public hearing, please do not do so again. But if you are still interested in speaking, please use that sign up form to do so. Having completed that portion of our meeting, we will now move into our agenda, which continues with item number 4. Actually, we have to pick up where we left off, which is the item having to do with the redistricting committee. So I will come back to that item. And we had a question from Councillor Jang on that item.
And Tracy, and I will start by saying thank you to the members of the ad hoc committee for your work. I don't know if Maggie, your professor, is still here. Is your professor still here? No. Okay. Then it seems Leah Turner is here. And my first question is about the concept of at-large city councillors. Has it been floated, and why was it in part of the report?
Councillor Jang, to whom are you addressing your question?
To alternate Turnhill.
Okay, Lee, you're on mute.
There were a lot of things, Ali, that weren't addressed by the committee. Their time was always short, and they were supposed to be listening. We were supposed to be listening to the public input and then feeding what we heard back to you. There was never any attempt for consensus. There was very little deliberation.
Okay. Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the resolution has not mentioned, and I'm talking in the perspective of like a process. You know, I think
the Burlington City Council. My name is Lori Cohen. I am the CEO of ECPAT USA,
Lori,
the first organization.
Not sure what that was. I apologize. Councillor Jang, go ahead.
And I'm now speaking about, you know, this is more of a comment and also a question. And the comment is basically, I think the whole process was to make sure that we have a transparent process, and also members that we identify to serve in this committee to also be very neutral, right? I did not remember anywhere on the resolution where we mentioned the word alternate. I wanted to understand where that came about. Why the committee decided to create alternate position, and did we have alternates in all wards?
The NPA steering committees decided to have alternate positions. NPAs that were experienced with redistricting 10 years ago, give or take, know that we had representatives and alternates from each NPA. that some NPAs decided not to elect alternates this time. That's an internal NPA process.
I mean, from my perspective, we have to follow what the resolution tasks the committee to do. And if there are changes, to please notify the city council that such thing is happening. I was in Africa, but when I was hearing about the alternate, I was really confused. But again, thank you for your work. That was it for me, President Tracy.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other councilors with questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. City Attorney Richardson, are you able to just clarify where the process goes from here?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So essentially, the process at this point is in the council's court. How the council wishes to proceed is not necessarily defined by either statute or charter ordinance. What has to happen, I think, is it's sort of a reverse engineering question, which is that at the end of the day, the council has to come up with a redistricting plan that satisfies the constitutional requirements and ultimately is something that a majority of the voters of the city will approve. And so what both City Planner Tuttle and CEDO Director Pine and myself would recommend is that at this point, the council should make plans, and we as staff are here to support mapping proposals that start to identify the districts and incorporate some of the feedback, all the feedback that the ad hoc redistricting committee has compiled and created, but it's ultimately a council-driven process. And I don't know if I see Megan is on as well, so she may have something to add.
Yeah, just a very brief addition. I think the next step in the council's resolution was that they would consider the feedback that this this ad hoc committee shared with you and would provide their perspective on the priority issues that should drive the creation of those maps for your consideration. So that would be the very immediate next step for the staff to be able to help move forward with the next step in the process.
Okay, great. Thank you to both of you for your work on the process as well as for that clarification. Appreciate that. So with that, we will move into our next item, which is the climate emergency reports. Does any councilor have a climate emergency report that they would like to offer? Okay, seeing none, we will go to item number 3, which is the consent agenda. Is there a motion? Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor McGee. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Which brings us into our deliberative agenda this evening. So for the deliberative agenda, we have an appointment up first. Mayor Weinberger, would you like to offer some remarks?
Yes, President Tracy, thank you very much. I am very pleased to be bringing before you for appointment tonight a candidate to be the city's next Chief Innovation Officer. My appointee is Scott Barker, who has just joined us on the Zoom screen, and I'd like to share a few remarks about Scott, and then, if it's okay, President Tracy, to turn the floor over to Scott. Scott's a longtime Burlingtonian and has lived with his family in the New North End for more than 25 years. He has extensive experience with a variety of Chittenden County organizations, managing IT teams and providing organizational leadership. He did this notably at My Web Grocer as a senior leader there for a decade, and most recently with North Country Federal Credit Union. Also, Scott, I think, has really distinguished himself, shown himself to be very committed to the community even before joining the city team. He has had numerous volunteer roles in the city, including as a softball coach at BHS and as a volunteer for COTS. This appointment is to fill the vacant Chief Innovation Officer position. I do just briefly want to remind the public and the council of the history of this position. This position has only existed since 2014, when we created it to have a senior leader who would develop a comprehensive IT vision for the city, as well as to resource our efforts to become a city that is better at collecting and analyzing data and using that data to drive decision making, and to coordinate continuous improvement efforts across the city. The still new CIO position has been critical in everything from the city's permit reform efforts several years ago that led to the most significant structural change in city government in decades, as well as, of course, our Chief Innovation Officer, Brian Lowe, played a huge role in the huge innovations that were required to respond properly to the pandemic, to COVID-19 in a very uncertain time. I am very confident that Scott will be a leader like Brian and like Beth Anderson before him, the two prior occupants, that really dramatically expand the capacity of the senior management team at the city, that continue our forward progress, improving our IT practices, which have improved dramatically since this position was created. And I hope Scott will secure your strong endorsement tonight. Thank you, President Tracy. And now I'd like to hand the Zoom over to Scott for a couple additional remarks.
Sure. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone on the council and President Tracy, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity and the challenge before us, and I'm anxious and eager to get started and work with you to and the mayor and his administration to address the needs of both city employees and citizens of Burlington. So I'm excited to get going, and thank you again for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Excellent. So appreciate that. So now we need a motion regarding the appointment. Is someone able to please offer a motion regarding the appointment?
Yes, I'll move to confirm the appointment of Scott Barker as the Chief Innovation Officer, and I'd ask for the floor back after a second.
So you don't actually need a second, Councilor Barlow. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, I served on the interview team for the CIO position, and I can report that everyone on the team was excited about his candidacy after we interviewed Scott. He's, like, as the mayor pointed out, he's a longtime Burlington resident and fellow New North Ender, I might add. Involved community member, and has a rich background of experience at area businesses, including North Country Credit Union and My Web Grocer. And I'm just really excited to support his confirmation and look forward to having Scott on the city administration team.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions from councilors? Councilor Jang, go ahead.
Thank you, President Tracy, and welcome, Mr. Scott. I mean, there is an anecdote that I wanted to share with the public and also with the council about this amazing person. In 2011, I don't know how old was he in 2011, but what he has done is to invite his birthday, became actually a neighborhood birthday. He's a people person. He invited a band, Africa Jamono. I was managing that band back then. And Scott brought drumming and dance to his birthday. And where he saw us, our band, was at Flint School, where his child used to go. A couple of years after that, Scott was working or was a board member at Technology for Tomorrow, I believe, right? And he trained all the parent university participants about using iPads, technology. And then when he was done, he gave them each one iPad to bring home. This is an amazing guy. And I know that everything that he will do with the city, he will look it into an equity lens. Scott, I am very delighted. And also, he is a proud New North Ender. So, New North End 05408, represent, looking forward to work with you, and my best to Becky and your child. Welcome. But this is now my question. You are coming from basically, private and institutional. Now you're coming into government, politics. What do you envisage would be like challenges for you?
I think the biggest challenge is just finding ways to do what we need to do within the constraints of a city budget. I mean, when you're in a private organization, a private company, you can flex budgets and you can do all kinds of things. That's a lot tighter ship when it comes to public funding. So there's a lot of things you have to do to understand what the costs are and reduce those costs while still increasing the efficiency. The nice thing is, while I have not been directly working in a paid capacity from a public perspective, I have actually taught at Marlborough College tri-sector leadership. So the idea of how do we work with for-profit, nonprofit, and public organizations to come together to get the job done. So looking forward to putting some of the stuff that I was teaching students into action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments or questions from counselors? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of confirming Scott Barker as our next CIO for the city of Burlington, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Please join me in congratulating Scott as our next CIO.
Thank you. I look forward to it.
Great, welcome. Look forward to working with you as well, Scott. All right. That brings us to our next item, which is the public hearing on the charter change. Before we get into the hearing itself, City Attorney Richardson, would you be able to just please offer an explanation of the charter change itself, just so that folks who are interested in commenting, who might not be totally familiar with the language itself or just the issue, are able to have that in mind?
Certainly. The charter change that has been proposed involves Section 48 of the city's charter. It's a straight repeal of the city's authority to regulate the term prostitution, houses of ill fame, and disorderly houses. The language is actually to restrain and suppress houses of ill fame and disorderly houses, and to punish common prostitutes and persons consorting therewith. The charter change provision simply seeks to strike this provision, which from a legal perspective would eliminate the city council and administration's ability to promulgate ordinances in this subject matter area. However, as I've noted in prior hearings, this would not affect the state statutes under Title 13 that do regulate and do criminalize the types of activities that we commonly either refer to as prostitution or sex work.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. We will now move into the public hearing itself. So for the public hearing, if you are interested in speaking and are here in person, you can sign up using the forms in the corner. If you've already done so, I have those forms because you all have signed up there. If you are interested in speaking and are participating with this meeting remotely, you may sign up for just to speak to the charter change. Again, this is just to speak to the charter change. You may do so by going to burlingtonvt.gov burlington.gov/citycouncil/public forum. That's burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum. And that will take you to a form that you can then sign up on. I'm going to go first to the folks who are here in the room. And I will go to Sherry LaMarche.
Hi, my name is Sherry LaMarche, and I am a first-time speaker. I was born and raised in Vermont, have lived in Burlington the last 18 years, and have 27 years in Burlington overall. I oppose sex work being decriminalized that you are proposing. Some may be opposed to what I have to say and call it fear-mongering, but I will call it big picture thinking, and I've done it my whole life. This proposal may attract abusive predators. I am worried about sex workers presently, and even more concerned about young adults who, after decriminalization, may feel incentivized to engage in sex work for fast money for college, rent, food, etc. These young adults may not have the street smarts, for a lack of a better word, to pick up on red flags of abusive predators that many in the industry have an eye for or feel for. I'm also concerned about men and women in abusive relationships that are looking to get out, but need money and believe they found the answer in sex work. One problem, heaven forbid, their abuser catches them. Second problem, as a survivor, I fear the emotional and physical health of not just the act of sex, but also the potential of sexual assault and the trauma that goes with it. And for these reasons, I oppose it. Don't let this be another destructive decision we can't get out of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michelle Morin, to be followed by Caitlin Macias.
I am Michelle Morin. I'm a 25-year resident of Ward 5 in Burlington, lifelong Vermonter. I am sincerely bewildered by the vote of the council to decriminalize prostitution in Burlington. Why are you removing from city ordinance all criminal language relating to prostitution? Why are you stripping law enforcement of the means to investigate prostitution cases to protect those who are victimized by it? Do you not believe that women, men, girls, and boys in Vermont are being victimized within the practice of prostitution? Do you not care about those who are being sex trafficked? This charter change would only serve to protect the pimps and Johns. Do we really want to protect the Jeffrey Epsteins, the Ghislaine Maxwells, and the Robert Crafts? Please reword the charter change to add wording that will make it possible to prosecute pimps and sex buyers. And just another comment, I find it really disconcerting that there's no city councilors in this room. We have no way of knowing if they're even listening, and I find it really disheartening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Caitlin Macias, to be followed by Maggie Karen.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Macias, and I'm here representing World Without Exploitation, the largest national anti-human trafficking coalition with 200 US-based organizations that work together to create a world free from human trafficking and sexual exploitation. We are guided by the survivors of the sex trade, whose perspectives are critical in developing just and effective policies. I come to this work with a unique perspective. In addition to my work with World We, I'm a Latinx woman and a student at the Columbia School of Social Work. Sex work, quote, sex work is not social work. It's actually incredibly harmful, and I sit here in opposition of resolution and anticipated charter endorsing the full decriminalization of prostitution in the state of Vermont. This charter and the ideology it represents demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the realities of the sex trade and also minimizes the lived experience of survivors. It's actually incredibly thoughtless to implement a resolution and charter that encourages the sex industry to expand during a global pandemic. Prostitution and sex trafficking are actually inextricably linked and fueled by the demand for commercial sex. Violence is pervasive. Physical, psychological, and abuse and harm is the norm. The best example of why New Hampshire, actually not New Hampshire, Vermont should not pass this bill or this incredible harmful charter is Rhode Island. Rhode Island fully decriminalized indoor prostitution for 29 years. As a result, the state became a regional sex tourism hub. Do you want Vermont to become a hub for sex tourism that will bring more crime, sex trafficking, and violence to your area? Instead of fully decriminalizing the sex trade, we must take a holistic approach. World, we and our member organizations support the equality model that provides exit services and strategies instead of criminalizing those in the sex trade. We also support policies that enable people in the sex trade to report violence and other crimes they have experienced. We know that criminalizing those engaged in the sex trade who are victims of violence and exploitation is harmful and does nothing to prevent sex trafficking and exploitation. But we also know that making it easier and less risky for third-party exploiters like pimps and brothel owners to profit off of exploitation is not the answer. So please oppose the resolution of anticipated charter endorsing full decriminalization of prostitution in Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maggie Karen, to be followed by Janet Metz. If you could please put your mask on. Excuse me, can you please put your mask on?
Good evening. My name is Maggie Karen, and I'm speaking as Vermont Chair of New Englanders Against Sexual Exploitation. Over the past several months, your council has heard from numerous experts on the topic of sex trafficking and prostitution. You have ignored everything that they have said. You have also heard from many victims and survivors of sex trafficking and prostitution, people who have lived through horrific experiences of being shot, being stabbed, being tortured, being beaten, being raped, and more. You stare blank-faced with absolutely no emotion for the traumas that they have been through, and then you clearly make the choice to ignore their voices and their traumatic lived experiences as well. What an enormous insult that is to the pain that they have been through. You have heard from constituents of Burlington. You continue to ignore their pleas to protect their city from the guarantee of increased gangs, increased crime, increased victimization through increased sex trafficking, and forced prostitution. More unborn babies will die due to forced abortion, and men, women, and children will suffer. Burlington, once a shining star in the state of Vermont, with beautiful lakefront walks and charming Church Street, will be reduced to a sex tourism capital of the nation, in fact, of the world, while you continue to ignore your obligation to protect the public. It has become clear that you will ignore me too, so I leave my words as a plea to the people of Burlington to stand against the assault these city councilors are taking against your city. Make sure your voices are heard. Stand by your city. Vote no on all efforts to decriminalize prostitution in Burlington. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janet Metz. Can you please put your mask on? Janet Metz, to be followed by Rachel Foster.
Good evening. For the record, I am the chair of the Chittenden County Republican Party and the Vermont Republican Women's Coalition. My comments today, however, are solely my own. Others have delved deeply into the harm prostitution inflicts on women, young girls, and young boys. What I ask you to seriously consider is what impact it would have on this city. Rhode Island's experiment with decriminalization ended in 2009 when, according to local law enforcement, the extent of prostitution became almost pervasive. Beyond an explosion in salacious internet ads, the number of massage parlors involved in prostitution in the city and elsewhere went from just a handful to more than 20, with some scattered in downtown, a short walk from City Hall. The preservation of Burlington as a vibrant economic, social, and cultural community is very personal to me. The Memorial Fountain and Plaza at the intersection of Pearl and Battery Streets is dedicated to my late father-in-law, Burlington architect and Chamber of Commerce President Robert Metz. He participated in the renaissance of urban redevelopment in the city in the 60s and early 70s. He loved Burlington and would be appalled at the potential impact of decriminalization on citizens, visitors, schools, cultural institutions, and local businesses. Tourism is crucial to the city's economy. Do we really want to discourage families from visiting in favor of persons seeking to pay for sex? What impact will that have on patronization of the Flynn, Echo, the city's shops, restaurants, and hotels? Do we want massage parlors and purveyors of sex toys dominating the landscape on Church Street? Our educational institutions are a major economic driver. Will concern that naive and curious young people could be lured into the sex trade make parents think again about sending their children to UVM and Champlain? What will high school students encounter on the way to and from school? Burlington has enough problems now with crime and homelessness. The city's businesses have suffered due to the pandemic. Is now the time to embark on a risky social experiment that could have long-term negative consequences? I ask you to seriously consider this before advancing the charter change proposal to the March 1st ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Foster next.
I'm Rachel Foster. I'm co-founder of World Without Exploitation, which is a national coalition made up of over 200 organizations that work to combat commercial sexual exploitation, including here in Burlington. This is the third time in 3 months that I've traveled to Burlington from Brooklyn, New York to testify against the removal in the city charter of prohibitions against the purchase of commercial sex and brothel operating. I've come here for a third time because these resolutions are so alarming. The archaic and offensive language in the charter could easily be replaced with more appropriate language while still maintaining prohibitions against sex buying and brothel operating. Yet the City Council is choosing to remove these vital prohibitions altogether. This speaks volumes about the intention to ultimately decriminalize fully prostitution here in Burlington. Worldwe believes that combating commercial sexual exploitation is essential to the larger fight for racial and gender justice. Survivor leaders have testified before the City Council, powerfully sharing their knowledge and expertise, and they have felt dismissed. The Council has fundamentally disregarded the severity of harms of prostitution, the systems of prostitution, and minimized the experiences of survivors who have spoken out, who each represent hundreds of others who cannot safely appear before you or who are not alive today to testify. It is immensely reckless to adopt a policy that encourages the sex trade to grow, given the well-documented and severe harms to those bought and sold in this multi-billion-dollar predatory and brutal industry. I have spent thousands of hours over the past decade truly listening to and working alongside powerful sex trade survivors from across the country, including those trafficked here in Vermont. And I have yet to meet one person who was in prostitution truly by choice or with a sense of their own agency. These women and men refer to themselves as prostitution survivors, not former sex workers, for a reason. We have repeatedly heard that it doesn't matter what Burlington does here because there are state laws against prostitution. But it is clear that those who support fully decriminalizing the commercial sex trade are starting in local jurisdictions and working their way to state legislatures. This is an organized, well-funded effort. Let's be clear about that. We are seeing this happen all over the country in local jurisdictions. The job of the Burlington City Council is important here because Vermont will be the U.S. destination for men who want to purchase commercial sex without any personal risks. bringing with them all the accompanying harms of a decriminalized sex trade. Prostitution and sex trafficking are not isolated to a particular locality. Survivors all over the country, as well as in Vermont and the greater New England area, object to full decriminalization of this dangerous, this brutal industry. They could not more forcefully raise the alarm bells than they have in their testimony before you. The central question before you is not, as some have portrayed, a binary one of decriminalizing prostituted people or not, but whether the demand side of prostitution should be decriminalized. That is brothel owning, third-party facilitation, and sex buying. We believe there is an urgent need to end the arrest and incarceration of people who have been exploited in the sex trade and ensure that people in prostitution do not face criminal penalties, but instead are provided with exit strategies and services, such as safe housing and access to health care. However, fully decriminalizing the industry leads to an increase in the demand for commercial sex and an increase in sex trafficking, along with a slew of collateral crimes as seen in Nevada and Rhode Island. Your state will absolutely see an increase in sex trafficking and exploitation. Let's be very clear. Those who benefit by removing prohibitions against brothel owning, sex buying, and third-party facilitation are those with the most amount of power and privilege. And those who are harmed are the most marginalized and vulnerable individuals in Burlington and those lured in or transported here to be exploited. In a fully decriminalized sex trade, prostituted individuals continue to face brutality, degradation, trauma, exploitation, and then it is also normalized by the government. Overwhelmingly, people enter the sex trade because of systemic vulnerabilities, including discrimination, history of childhood sexual abuse, being in foster care, poverty, homelessness, drug addiction, and mental health issues. Even when there is no third-party exploiter, people end up in the sex trade as a means of survival. The dark truth of the sex trade belies the notion that prostitution will be safe and empowering when exploiters and profiteers are allowed to legally operate. The council is correct that people who are prostituted and exploited should not be criminalized. But decriminalizing sex buyers and third-party exploiters ignores the systems of prostitution's inherent harms and normalizes and legitimizes the abuse of those who are bought, sold, and exploited. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've gotten through all the folks who are participating remote in person. So we're now going to transition to folks who are participating remotely who have signed up for the public hearing on the charter change. Again, we're just addressing the charter change. Many of you indicated that you were interested in participating and speaking to this issue in the format of the charter change. So I'm going to go back to Patricia Myers. And Patricia, I've enabled your microphone.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Patricia Myers, and I would like to address the item 6, workers' decriminalization of prostitution. And though I can appreciate the effort of the City Council to provide help to women in general, I don't think that this is a way to address helping sex workers. There are currently many organizations in Vermont and New England, as we've just heard, that help women who are in the sex trade. And these organizations address the real issues to help women realize their potential as human beings made in the image of God. But this action to decriminalize prostitution does not address the real issue. Whether the act is between consenting adults or not, decriminalizing prostitution only encourages exploitation of women, children, and men by those who profit from the sex trade. This commoditizes women, children, and men for the sake of those who profit from their exploitation. As we all know, even though prostitution is currently illegal, it already exists in Burlington. And taking away any consequences for the sex trade is not going to enable prostitutes to get the help that is needed. And here's something for the City Council and Mayor to think about. The sex trafficking trade is actually more profitable than the drug trade because those who are exploited can be exploited over and over again, every day and over time. And additionally, because sex trafficking is so profitable, more parties are attracted to its high profit margin, including gangs, drug dealers, and other terrible illegal activity. And why would we open the door to and welcome this kind of activity in Burlington? Burlington and the state of Vermont would become a sexual tourism destination state. And for me as a Burlingtonian, this is really just something I am not proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker that I have signed up is Jim Sexton, to be followed by Henry June. Jim, let me just locate you. Jim, I've enabled your microphone.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I have been traveling all over the state for 5 years, fighting all kinds of issues, constitutional issues, pro-life, a whole bunch of things. What I noticed most of all when I start talking is the people I'm speaking with. And the first thing I would like to address is that I have no idea how Sarah Carpenter or Jane Stroman are going to vote, but I want to thank them both for paying attention. This screen shows other counselors who have absolutely no respect, no concern whatsoever about what's going on. I want to thank those two ladies in particular for paying attention. I don't know how you're going to vote, and I really don't care. But you've been listening to us, and I appreciate that because I've been to a whole lot of places where there's people that don't listen to us at all. So thank you for that, counselors. Now to my point. Since Sarah George has become the district attorney for Chittenden County, crime has risen exponentially. Decriminalizing prostitution will increase the drug use and violent crime, along with making numerous young women victims. The war on women seems to be fully supported by the potential change from this board. How is it that you continue to push for the destruction of young lives, or any life, by decriminalizing this? This is nonsensical. It's just, why do you people on the board, why do you believe you need to change the law to decriminalize something so horrific and abhorrent? Do you have daughters? Do you have sisters and aunts? How can there be such a gap in between morals where you decide that, you know what, it's okay for somebody from out of state to come to Burlington because now we've enabled them to have sex, to pay for sex, to destroy a young life, as many people have already spoken to, is being abused physically and mentally. There is not one iota of anything good in this bill. There's nothing that would make Burlington look any better. Crime has risen exponentially. Look at the shootings in Burlington. Look at the drug crimes in Burlington. Do you think that somehow making prostitution legal is going to diminish any of that? It's just nonsensical. Y'all have the opportunity to do something good for Burlington, the state, and yourselves. Blow this freaking thing out of the water, stop proceeding with it, and think about the children and the young adults who are going to be harmed by this. Along with every one of you, because the crime rates are going to increase, the drug crimes are going to increase, the motor vehicle crimes are going to increase. There isn't one possible aspect of this that can improve Burlington. And I ask you please to stop it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry June, to be followed by Jack Garza, and I'll read off a couple other names that have signed up. I have Lauren Hirsch, Trisha Grant, Abby German, Savannah Sly, Michael Chiavelli, Lori Cohen, Elizabeth Miller, David Mickenberg, and Selena Colburn. So Henry June, I'm going to come to you. Enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I hope y'all survived the recent Vermont cold spell well enough. My name is Henry June. I'm the co-director of the Ishtar Collective, a Montpelier-based anti-trafficking organization with an emphasis on sex worker rights. I'm also an active sex worker or a prostituted person, depending on who you're speaking to. So, the kind of economic disaster that bites at the heels of this pandemic only highlights the common denominator when we talk about victimless crime. When I say victimless crime, I'm not speaking to sex trafficking, i.e. coercive relationships between pimps, landlords, lovers, drug dealers, even civilian bosses and professors. Instead, I'm talking specifically about the criminalized work that I do, educated, consensual sex work. I do what I do at the end of the day for the same reasons you go to your job. I have basic human needs that will only be met in an exchange of time and resources. When I hear conversations about exploitation, my mind goes further than the scope of sex work, as I hope yours will too. In the United States presently, much of our agricultural goods are produced on the backs of undocumented laborers. Even in the state of Vermont, where we tout pridefully our locally produced kale, we scarcely offer protection, let alone livable wages. So, beyond sensationalized portraits of labor exploitation like sex trafficking, I do gently want to remind us all that present-day labor conditions look like a super spreader event. Due to systems not being in place to protect the working class during these times, people are forced to risk their health and safety just to pay their bills. Exploitation does not stop forced silencing consensual sex work, or by lapping up false, although popular narrative around our work. Striking the language in this charter is a long-awaited first step in opening an intersectional conversation about what it means for us to carve out our space in the world with dignity. We can do better as a state, and I urge our officials to consider us consenting sex workers as allies in the anti-trafficking movement, because we are. We know factually that labor exploitation, sexual assault, and more heinous things than these exist beyond the scope of sex work and are rooted in systemic injustices far greater than the conditions around erotic labor. Thank you once again for your unanimous support in striking down the oppressive language of punishing people like myself, and thank you for your audience tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Garza, to be followed by Lauren Hirsch. Jack, give me a second to locate you. Jack, I've enabled your mic.
All right, thank you. I'm speaking today alongside members of the Ishtar Collective, one of whom you just heard speak, a Vermont-based advocacy and support organization for workers in the sex industry alongside survivors of human trafficking. The current charter language grants the council power to indiscriminately criminalize any members of the public suspected of providing or soliciting sexual labor. This act utilizes outdated and dehumanizing language to do this. It demonizes sex workers rather than treating them as individuals bestowed with the same essential rights and protections as other laborers across Vermont industries. And this criminalization of voluntary sex work puts workers at risk when they are placed in harmful and coercive conditions. And criminalization also limits the ability of survivors of human trafficking to escape exploitative conditions, and instead places them at risk of incarceration and continued victimization rather than providing comprehensive support strategies. So people who consensually engage in sex work, I believe, and I feel like most reasonable people would believe this, should not be subject to the loss of liberty or property or bodily autonomy on the basis of their profession. And conflating voluntary sex work with trafficking and criminalizing this work does a disservice to both workers and trafficked persons by limiting people's abilities to safely leave violent conditions without the threat of punishment. A variety of research and policy organizations, including Yale's Global Health Justice Partnership, have reported that decriminalization is the single most important step toward promoting the health and safety of voluntary sex workers and trafficked people alike. Organizations that support criminalization and use language of buying and selling of bodies, quote and unquote, do so at the sake of sex workers' lived experiences and do not speak for those who are actively navigating the complexities of this type of labor. More so, comprehensive social support programs, not carceral punishment, are the only things that will help people who have been trafficked. I hope that we can continue having productive discourse regarding decriminalization based on lived experience and fact and not fear-mongering. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Hirsch, to be followed by Trisha Grant. Lauren, I'm going to enable your microphone. 1 second. Okay, your mic should be enabled now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lauren Hirsch. I'm the National Director of World Without Exploitation. By way of background, I spent nearly a decade prosecuting gender-based violence cases in New York City. As the chief of the sex trafficking unit, I spent more nights than I can count pulling 12-year-olds out of brothels and writing search warrants to get 15-year-olds out of trap houses. During my time as a prosecutor, I got an up-close and personal look at the sex trade, and I had a few key takeaways. The first, prostitution and sex trafficking are not the same thing, but they are inextricably intertwined. Where you have prostitution, sex trafficking invariably flourishes. Second, in places where people are being sold for sex, there is almost always collateral crime, organized crime, robbery, burglary, and gun violence. And finally, sure, as you heard from the previous speaker, there are a small number of people who voluntarily enter the sex trade. But for the vast majority, they aren't there by choice, but they're there because of force, coercion, lack of options, and other significant vulnerabilities. And that is what is at stake here. And that is why every one of our partners objects to a full revocation of this charter. To be really clear with you, we agree that your charter language is antiquated and in need of change. But simply striking this language without replacement language is not just misguided policy. It will cause on-the-ground harm in Burlington and the surrounding areas. Week after week, I've listened to these hearings. We know the arguments being pushed. It doesn't matter what happens in Burlington because there are state prostitution laws that come into play. And yes, there are state prostitution laws that come into play, but here's why it matters in Burlington. You are sending a clear signal to law enforcement that the crimes of pimping, sex buying, and brothel owning aren't worth enforcing. And you're sending a clear signal to survivors, some of whom that you've heard from, that they matter less than allowing for a booming citywide sex trade. Finally, I could not sleep tonight if I didn't share the larger context of all of this. Burlington is just one part of a methodical effort to decriminalize the sex trade in its entirety around the country. Many of these efforts are being bankrolled by wealthy men who are admittedly sex buyers, and they're going into jurisdictions, they're connecting with local partners, and they're paying them. These men have a vested interest in making the sex trade legal. They aren't looking to protect people. I'd like to end with a quick story. When decriminalize was being proposed in Washington, D.C., a Black sex trade survivor walked into the office of a city council member. She said, "I'm opposed to full decriminalization, but you know who supports it? My pimp. That is what he wants." And so I urge you tonight to consider all of these things, to decriminalize those sold in the sex trade. That's what we want. We want to make sure that those in the sex trade are decriminalized and given the exit strategies and services that they need. But we urge you to continue to hold accountable those who exploit in your state and in your city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tricia Grant, to be followed by Abby German. Tricia, I've enabled your microphone.
Hey there, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, awesome. I am a survivor of commercial sexual exploitation of children, and just grateful for the opportunity to share once again with you guys. It was very disheartening the last time that I was able to share, and just knowing that there was seemingly already a decision made about this bill that was going to be pushed through regardless of how many survivors shared their stories, shared their pain, shared their experiences with you. That was very disheartening as a survivor. Being in silence for 16 years already, and then having spent the past 10 years with the privilege of walking alongside hundreds of survivors and advocates, um, it was just very disheartening. So, several of those survivors that I stated that I've been able to walk alongside receive services by me via mentoring and just being somebody there to listen and hear them and hear their stories. And the advocates that I was able to put them in contact with because they needed so many services to continue on their journey of healing after experiencing being exploited, trafficked, and prostituted in Vermont. Um, it's just crazy to me that we're even having to have this conversation again. But I'm going to assure you of two things. As Lauren stated prior to me speaking, you can't separate these things. These things cannot be separated. Um, People who are being trafficked and exploited, um, people are trafficked and exploited into prostitution. One requires the other. The second point that I really want to get across is all of them are violent. I would say violence is inherent in the sex trade. Law enforcement and the legal system should retain its ability to act against the harm and violence perpetrated against people being exploited. And yes, I am using that term exploited because, as I stated, you can't separate them. You just cannot. I'll explain that a little further. But um, I do believe strongly that Burlington is making a mistake to pretend this violence will not hurt your citizens, mainly vulnerable women and children. I know because I was one. I was trafficked in Vermont. The worst level of violence that I ever experienced happened to me in Vermont. Just the thought of having to come back to Vermont to testify this evening has caused me to need extra support throughout my day today from my team of people that I have to have beside me, walking alongside me. I have been removed from my trafficking for 26 years, and the long-term impact still affects me today. Please don't tell me it's not violent. Legalizing prostitution has never been an effective strategy to keep people safe because there is absolutely no way to know who is there by choice and who isn't, and how old a person is. I was 15 years old when I was being trafficked. I can assure you, not one person who paid for me asked me how old I was or if I wanted to be there. Not one of them. It took me 16 years to learn that there was a name for what happened to me and that it wasn't my fault. Please do not let other people be forced to live in silence and suffer as I have. I'll just end by stating I would be willing to have any conversation with anybody and just share my personal experiences and also to share my experience of walking alongside other survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abby German, to be followed by Savannah Sly. Abby, I have enabled your microphone.
Thank you. My name is Abby German. My pronouns are they, them. I am not a woman. I am a resident of Ward 2, and I'm here tonight to voice my support for the charter change on sex work. First of all, in response to the fear-mongering that has been rampant surrounding the charter change, I want to reiterate the differences between sex work and sex trafficking. Sex work should not be confused with sex trafficking when a person takes part in the sale of sex through threat, abduction, or other means of coercion. Any commercial sexual activity with a minor, even without force, fraud, or coercion, is also considered trafficking. Conflating consensual sex work to sex trafficking is dangerous and furthermore disrespects and disempowers the experiences of both survivors and workers. The city charter needs to change not only because the language is sexist and archaic, but also because criminalizing sex work between consenting adults is in direct conflict with the human right to personal autonomy and privacy. According to Human Rights Watch, in a report published in 2020, they have consistently found in research across various countries that in criminalized contexts, sex workers are more vulnerable to violence, including rape, assault, and murder, by attackers who see sex workers as easy targets because they are stigmatized and unlikely to receive help from the police. Criminalization may also force sex workers to work in unsafe locations to avoid the police and undermine sex workers' ability to seek justice for crimes committed against them. Furthermore, due to Burlington Police's limited time and resources, prosecuting sex work is both illogical and irresponsible. These charter changes should pass. This charter change should pass to create a community in Burlington where sex workers are protected legally, their work is destigmatized, seen as legitimate, and respected by the public, and their civil liberties are upheld. Finally, if we want to meaningfully address and eradicate violence and crime, we need to radically shift society from extractive white supremacist, patriarchal capitalism to a society where folks' needs are centered and met. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Savannah Sly, to be followed by Michael Chiavelli. Savannah, I have enabled your microphone.
Great. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Savannah Sly, and I'm calling in today from Orange County, Vermont, to support the sex worker charter change. I'm not receiving any payment to testify today. I'm here as a grassroots impacted advocate. I have engaged in prostitution as a sex worker since 2004 and have worked frequently in Burlington. I'm the former board chair of the Sex Worker Outreach Project USA and have spoken personally with hundreds, if not thousands, of sex workers across the country who desire full decriminalization. I grew up near White River Junction, Vermont, and I voluntarily started sex work shortly after graduating high school. I've had many jobs over the years, but I've always engaged in sex work either as my main occupation or to supplement my income. Via sex work, I've paid off my student loans, had flexibility to be a caretaker for friends or family, and I've even achieved the dream of becoming a homeowner. Sex work has given me a lot. I don't want to exit sex work. I also don't want to be arrested for it. As a sex worker, I've had to navigate some hazards. Because my work is criminalized, I've been targeted by predators intent on harming and blackmailing me. Predators target sex workers because they know that we can't call 911 without fear of arrest. They know that we're socially and physically isolated due to stigma and discrimination. My clients are also criminalized, which makes negotiating services and getting important background information for my safety a challenge. I've had clients who have been witnesses of crimes in the sex trade, and they've been unable to report those crimes for fear that they would also be arrested. Things don't need to be this way. Decriminalizing sex work would enable people like me to access emergency services and legal recourse, while existing crimes like sex trafficking, child abuse, assault, and rape would rightly remain punishable offenses. Sex work decriminalization is supported by Amnesty International, the ACLU, the World Health Organization, UNAIDS, and other human rights welfare organizations. This charter change is a step forward in enabling people in the sex trade to reach out for help when we want and need it. Thank you so much for listening to sex workers and taking our concerns seriously.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Chiavelli, to be followed by Lori Cohen. Michael, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, thanks for allowing a few minutes to speak. I'm Michael Shively. I'm with the National Center on Sexual Exploitation. I'm a 35-year career researcher, and I've been through the research that has been spoken about. So far, I've spent years looking through the public health research on the impact of different forms of legal frameworks for prostitution or commercial sex. And some things are very, very clear from the balance of the research. And a caveat to any discussion of research is that there is so much of it, you can go into the body of research and pull out anything you want. I can pull out 100 studies that make it crystal clear that decriminalization is beneficial, and I can pull out 100 that say it is harmful. So the only way to work through it is to be fair-minded and look at the balance of the evidence. And the balance of the evidence is extraordinarily clear. And you do not realize all of the promised benefits of the proponents of decriminalization. It just doesn't happen. You know, you can cite a number of organizations that say they endorse it, and there are a lot of assertions about the benefits, but where have they ever happened? And it's very clear, looking at experience, not speculation, not studies, not you know, what would happen. It has happened. There have been experiments in relaxing prohibitions There's only one country that's fully decriminalized sex work, and it's New Zealand. And if you want to compare any other country to New Zealand, be my guest, but if you think you can isolate the impact of that legislation and say that there are benefits, it's pretty absurd. One thing that's very clear from New Zealand is under full decriminalization, police are absolutely unable to identify victims of sex trafficking, adults or children. They just can't, because they don't have the probable cause to even start an investigation. Most discovery of survivors or children that are being trafficked start with first seeing prostitution and having the means to ask questions, to take someone in and fingerprint them, to get them away from a pimp, to find out whether they're there by their own free will or they're being coerced, things like that. You can't even start those processes if you've fully decriminalized prostitution. There have been tolerance zones, which are de facto decriminalization. The law hasn't changed, but the police and prosecutors have said, we're not going to prosecute it. We don't have to speculate about what can happen because it's been tried and it's been a disaster every single time. Look at Boston. They did that in the 1980s, and the place quickly became the most dangerous neighborhood in the state of Massachusetts. It became known as the combat zone. Right now, it's happening in different suburbs of London, and exactly the same story plays out. Legalization isn't any better. You could possibly get minor benefits in like 1 to 5% of the market, and the rest of the market gets worse. It's happened in Nevada, it's happened in the states of Australia, it's happened in Amsterdam, it's happened in Germany, that it just simply unleashes the free market. The vast majority of the market remains illegal, and it gets more dangerous for people. So the other thing, I just want to leave with one comment. Several people have said across these meetings about the charter change and the related ordinances that it's really meant to just clean up archaic language, and that you can't supersede the state law. In practice, it's actually false. Technically, I guess it's true, but the thing is, the police in Burlington have already absorbed the message from these proceedings that prostitution's been decriminalized. I'm currently doing a survey of law enforcement for the US Department of Justice, and a respondent from the Burlington Police Department said we were asking questions about the demand-focused tactics. And the police officer said, well, we used to do several of these things. We used to make arrests, we used to do different things. But since prostitution in Burlington was decriminalized in 2021, we don't do any of those things anymore. So you can't claim that it's inconsequential in practice as long as we have the state law. And you've also said, many of the council members have said over time that they fully support full decriminalization. And really, what's happening in practice is this local ordinance change is just a stepping stone to show support for a move at the state level. And we can speculate about what will happen, but there's been plenty of actual experiences with it, and it's never, ever worked the way the proponents have said it would. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Cohen, to be followed by Elizabeth Miller. Lori, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you very much, members of the Burlington City Council. My name is Lori Cohen. I am the CEO of ECPAT USA, the nation's first organization to focus on preventing the commercial sexual exploitation of children, and a member of the ECPAT International Child Protection Network, active in over 100 countries. We work closely in partnership with members of our Survivors Council. ECPAT USA strongly opposes the recent vote by the City Council that advanced a change to the city charter to decriminalize patronizing and brothel keeping, as it will facilitate the increased trafficking of children. Decriminalization of the entire sex industry will expand the market for sex buyers, with traffickers stepping up recruitment of children. particularly LGBTQ children, Black and Brown children, runaway and homeless children, children in foster care, and children suffering from prior sexual abuse to meet the demand. Children who are survivors of abuse and commercial sexual exploitation experience consequences to their health and well-being that are long-term and devastating. Victims often have many hospital visits during the duration of their abuse. Chronic cognitive problems can include PTSD and other mood disorders, such as dissociation, depression, substance abuse, anxiety, attachment problems, self-harm, and suicidal ideation. Exploited children learn that their main value is the dollar amount that their traffickers can earn by selling them to buyers. As you know, and as you have heard tonight, under federal and state law, any time a child under the age of 18 is bought or sold for sexual purposes, it is child sex trafficking. The proposed city charter changes will effectively hand those who are fueling this brutal, inherently violent industry a get-out-of-jail-free card. They will be able to use and profit off young bodies with no fear of being held responsible for their actions. As Mr. Shively just mentioned, and as we have seen with our partners in the ECPAT International Network, where other countries have legalized or passed full decriminalization of sex buying, the resulting industry is not the safe and supportive one the Burlington City Council imagines. As Mr. Shively mentioned, New Zealand, we have seen following decriminalization of the sex trade in 2003, the US Trafficking in Persons Report identified that country as a destination for human trafficking, especially child sexual exploitation. And research has found that the average age in that country in which an individual is first exploited has decreased. In the Netherlands, the number of children in the sex trade increased by 300% between 1996 and 2001. And in Australia, the exploitation of children in the sex trade has increased dramatically where prostitution has been legalized or decriminalized compared to areas where it is not. Instead of a model of full decriminalization, I urge you to consider the alternatives that have been discussed this evening, including partial decriminalization, allowing people in the commercial sex trade to come forward and seek support as needed, but addressing demand by holding the trafficker and, significantly, the buyer accountable. ECPAT USA calls on you to help create a safe and supportive city for all our children and youth and focus on real solutions for protecting children from commercial sexual exploitation. I urge the citizens of Burlington to reject this proposed charter amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Miller, to be followed by David Mickenberg. Elizabeth, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I so admired and believe in the things that Michael Shively expressed earlier. And I would like to just point out the obvious fact that the vast majority of the people that you've heard from tonight are bright, educated women who have dedicated thousands of hours to this issue and are passionately against legalizing the sex trade. The facts are against the sex trade. Only a thin wall of isolated personal experiences and opinions stand for it. Now, I am not as well versed as these professionals. However, I have had the privilege of traveling some as a young woman, and I have walked the streets of the red light district in Amsterdam. I have walked the streets of Las Vegas at night with the sidewalks littered with brochures for sexual companions. I have lived in New York City with the strip clubs down the street and the carefully worded ads for prostitution in hotel bedside drawers. I'm going to tell you that these places are dark and they're scary and they're high in crime and they're typically obviously full to those who live there of drug abuse and restless, violent men. I'd like to ask the council tonight, what kind of a city do you want Burlington to be in the future? I live in Shelburne. I have 2 little boys. My husband and I frequent Burlington all the time, especially in the summer. We love Burlington. But if you allow this sex trade to proliferate, to spread through Burlington, and it will explode. We don't want to be there. We don't want to do business there. We don't want to socialize there. It will become a dark and violent place and dangerous for women especially, and children. This is not a good idea to change the language, to strike out this language. I ask you, I beg Burlington, I beg you as a council, do not legalize sex traffic, the sex industry. Nothing good will come of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Mickenberg, to be followed by Selena Colburn. David, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you and good evening. My name is David Mickenberg. I grew up in Burlington. I'm a practicing attorney and I'm raising my 2 daughters here. I'd like to support the City Council's unanimous support for putting the sex work charter change on the ballot. I would also like to take a few moments to clarify some of the many misstatements that have been made tonight about this charter change and sex work generally. First, the charter change will not legalize or decriminalize sex work in Burlington. If passed by the voters, sex work would remain illegal in Burlington under state law. Second, I'd like to mention that for the vast majority of individuals involved in selling and buying sex, they are consenting adults. For many sex workers, the decisions to pursue this work are varied. Instead of demonizing these choices, we should be making them as safe as possible, which arrest and prosecution does not facilitate. Next, while many people believe that consensual sex work is inherently exploitative and dangerous, and therefore should be eradicated, that's simply not supported by the evidence. In fact, it is prohibition that forces people into the shadows where they are more vulnerable to trafficking and danger. Consensual adult sex workers are also put in danger by misguided laws intended to combat trafficking. When lawmakers conflate human trafficking with consensual adult sex work, consenting adults are arrested and prosecuted, the ability to work safely is hindered, victims face barriers to services, and exploitation proliferates in the illicit market. Unambiguous data from countries which have implemented a prohibition model show a clear correlation between laws that criminalize clients and an increase in violence, sexually transmitted infections, and exploitation within the sex trade. On the issue of what happened in Rhode Island, I'd just like to mention that when, in fact, sex work in Rhode Island was decriminalized, the harms to those involved were reduced. A 2017 journal article by Scott Cunningham and Manisha Shah, published in the Review of Economic Studies, found that the judicial decriminalization of indoor prostitution caused a 30% decline in reported female rape offenses and a 40% reduction in female gonorrhea incidents during the 6 years that prostitution was not illegal. And finally, it is not true that the public and anti-trafficking groups are uniformly supportive of the prohibition model of sex work. In fact, Freedom Network, our country's largest coalition working to ensure that trafficked persons have access to justice, safety, and opportunity, recently stated that in order to prevent trafficking in the sex trade, consensual adult sex work must be fully decriminalized. Thank you for taking so much time on this important issue, and we appreciate the City Council's unanimous support for putting this charter change in front of the voters of Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Selena Colburn. Selena, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi. My name's Selena Colburn. I'm a Burlington resident, a state representative, and a former city councilor. And I support the full decriminalization of consensual sex work, as I've shared many times with this body, for reasons of public health and safety, as well as civil liberties. I want to really commend you for giving voters the opportunity to repeal the outdated, offensive language in Burlington's charter regarding sex work. Doing so will not change the landscape of state law, which still applies, but it will allow us to remove this questionable language from the city's books. Burlington is one of the few Vermont municipalities with its own prohibition on sex work. Without this repeal, Burlington will be stuck with broad language that appears to encourage, perhaps even mandate, over enforcement and discrimination that extends far beyond the state's policies. I agree that meeting the needs of trafficking survivors is critical. And as I've done before, I'd be happy to share in-depth information with the council on the state's most recent efforts to support survivors by strengthening laws and adding resources. Laws prohibiting trafficking and non-consensual sex work will remain in effect regardless of the repeal of this charter, as will laws protecting children. Thank you.
Thank you. Final speaker that I have signed up is Sonia Osorio. Sonia, I'm not able to locate you. Sonia Osorio? Don't see you. Okay, not seeing Sonia. I will go ahead and close the forum for this evening. And I'll go to City Attorney Richardson. Are you able to just clarify what the next steps on this charter change process are, City Attorney Richardson?
Sure. At this point, the second hearing's been held. The City Council has already voted to approve it. If the City Council chooses to amend the action, it can. Otherwise, it should vote to send this charter change onto the ballot for the voters as written.
Okay, and does that need to take place this evening or at a future meeting?
No, it needs to take place tonight because the ballots have to be finalized tonight, or the language has to be finalized by the end of the meeting.
Okay, so to that end, to that effect, we would need a motion from the council.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification, Attorney Richardson. Is a counselor prepared to make that motion this evening? Counselor Freeman.
Yeah, President Tracy, I can move that. I would ask for just sort of, I'm sorry, I thought that it would be at the next meeting. I apologize. I had the timeline wrong. But I suppose is the motion just to move to place the language as I'm not sure exactly yet.
I can offer it, short of anyone choosing to make an amendment, the motion would be to direct the city clerk to place the charter change amendment as previously passed by the City Council onto the ballot.
Okay, I move to direct the city clerk to place the charter language as previously written to or proposed onto the ballot.
Okay, we have a motion from Counselor Freeman. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Hightower. Counselor Freeman, did you want the floor back?
Sorry, I didn't. I thought it would be at our next meeting. I think I was maybe. I apologize, but I don't really need the floor back. Other than that, I think there was a lot of incredible testimony tonight in favor of this, especially. It's really wonderful to hear people come out in support of it. As I said before, I'm thankful to anyone who speaks to their experience on this. As many have said, there is
ample reason to change the language, other than the public health implications. I think that the fact that the language is antiquated, that the state will hold the responsibility to sort of move forward on this is the right move. And yeah, I really appreciate the work that's so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I want to say that I have been fully supportive of this action. The language that we're striking is arcane. It's unused. We rely on our state law to prosecute sex crimes and sex trafficking. But I am feeling increasingly uncomfortable tonight listening to both sides of this argument that have persistently and consistently told us that this is the first step in decriminalizing sex work. And I do not support that. I respect that some people do, I think, around the table. Some people do, and some people don't. But the thing that we all agreed on is that this language is arcane and unneeded to protect people from sex trafficking. But tonight, we have had both sides telling us this is the first step in decriminalization, which I'm not comfortable with. And we have had experts from far outside Burlington who have come to the trouble of going to an empty room to tell us how dire this situation is if we take this action. And they're people with professional expertise far beyond mine, and I believe far beyond anybody at this table. And they're telling us we understand that there is state law that will take effect, that prosecution isn't reliant on this language. But at the same time, this is the first step towards decriminalization, and that this can have detrimental effects for victims of sex trafficking. It also sounds like both sides are creating a misperception of what the action that we're taking is, and that we may be attracting sex trafficking to Burlington because of this misperception being perpetrated on both sides. So I am increasingly uncomfortable, and I'd like to hear from my fellow counselors. Attorney Richardson, I sent you an email. I don't know whether or not you saw it, asking if there is alternative language. I don't really think that Burlington needs to go on its own to create sex trafficking regulation beyond what the state does, but perhaps we could put something in the charter aligned with what the state is doing to remove arcane language that is agreeably, it is impossible to defend the existing language. And I'd like to hear how my fellow counselors have received the public testimony that we heard tonight.
Are you seeking a response, Councilor Shannon, from City Attorney Richardson?
Well, I don't know if he has anything yet. He hasn't had a lot of time to work on it, and I'm interested to hear from other council. I thought I'd give him more time to work on drafting something, and interested to hear from my fellow counselors if other people are feeling as I am, or if this is a waste of our time because people are decided on this issue. But the testimony tonight has really affected me, changed my mind. I've been defending this all day to people, but my concern has become elevated.
Okay, so I don't think you're seeking a answer from City Attorney Richardson, so I'll go to Councilor Hightower to be followed by Councilor Barlow.
Great. Thank you, President Tracy. There was a lot of heartfelt testimony, and I certainly won't minimize anyone's experience or the evidence that they found. I think a lot of people expressed a significant fear of what happens in Burlington if this language is removed, and I still mostly believe that very little, if anything, will change. I think that this is first and foremost about removing archaic language, which, as Councilor Shannon just noted, we all agree needs to be done and is the first step. And then I think the other thing that I want to point to, which we actually haven't heard about at all, is, well, I guess for alternative language, we have heard from House Representative that they are working on it at the state level. And I do suggest that this be done at the state and national level. And what we haven't talked about today is that most language on the books about any kind of, whether it's sex work or pornography or anything that is sex related, tends to be either made to criminalize the most marginalized, or is then in courts used to criminalize the most marginalized. And that's not just true in local law, that's true in state law, national law, that's true across our borders in other countries. Even if the intention isn't always to criminalize the most marginalized, is you don't always get to choose how a law is used after it's implemented. Our own ordinance is an excellent example of a law that is meant to regulate sex in some way that is first and foremost targeted at not the folks that it should be targeted at. And then again, in, after it goes through any kind of process and who, how it's chose to be enacted and how it's chosen to be enforced, I think the evidence definitely shows that when we try to regulate sex, that it tends to harm the people who are most marginalized. And so I will be supporting this, not because I think it does a lot, but I think it's one of those archaic ways that we have across the country of trying to marginalize folks further anytime it has something to do with sex. And so I think that this is one of the many, many sex laws across the country that needs to be removed.
Thank you, Councilor Hightower. I have Councilor Barlow. Were you Councilor Barlow to be followed by Councilor Mason?
Thank you, President Tracy. I had listening to testimony at tonight's public hearing and also prior public hearings and meetings I've had with advocates for decriminalization of the sex trade. I sort of feel the same way, and I think Councilor Shannon said it more articulately than I'm saying it right now. But I think we have to strike the language that we've said we wanted to strike in both ordinance and in charter. But I'm wondering if we could put a placeholder in the charter so we could maybe have a more expansive conversation on this. So I understand that if we remove it from charter, we give up our ability to say anything, whether or not we're putting in ordinances to protect victims or anything about sex work. So if we had a placeholder in the charter that was essentially, I think Attorney Richardson's called it enabling language, that would still maintain our ability to have some sort of local say and not give that up completely, I could be supportive of that.
Are you seeking an answer, Councilor Barlow?
I guess I'm asking Attorney Richardson if it were possible to have language that would enable and maintain our ability to have some be able to enact ordinance without having any ordinance enacted about it right now. If that's clear.
Attorney Richardson?
Sure, I'm happy to respond. Certainly, there's a couple of different ways in which the council can proceed if under that direction. One way would be to essentially halt the charter change process and go back to the proverbial drawing board and do a strike and replace with other types language, so that instead of simply repealing the charter provisions, you would strike it and then replace it with language that might be more in line with Title 13. The other direction to go would be to continue the direction that the council has voted to go and pass this charter change. And if the charter change was approved by the voters of Burlington and then the legislature, then and frankly, any time the council could take up a proposal to draft alternate language in its place, because this subsection of Section 48 will essentially say repealed until you put new language in it once the legislature does that. I mean, those are the two primary avenues to go down. What I would say is that, you know, the term prostitution is defined in Title 13, and then it has a series of statutes outlining certain behaviors and activities that have been criminalized under that statute. It's not usually good practice to simply say, you know, to refer to state statutes in the charter as we want the same power as this statute, simply because some of those statutes do change, and it would be you're looking, I think, to define it a little bit more broadly. I could certainly come up with enabling language to the effect of that, but those are really your two primary options. You could say we're you know, and I guess maybe there's a third that I outlined to Councilor Shannon, which is, you know, if one of the concerns that the city council has is that the repeal of the city charter is perhaps sending a signal beyond what the council is particularly comfortable sending. Certainly, as far as the law enforcement priorities, that becomes an administration issue, and that's certainly something the council can certainly resolve to direct or recommend that the police continue to enforce the prostitution and lewdness statutes under Title 13. So that's another option altogether. But you probably want fairly broad enabling language if you're going to take that step of going forward to continue to have a footprint in this particular area. Those are my recommendations.
Thank you, Attorney Richardson. You have the floor, Councilor Barlow.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. I had Councilor Mason to be followed by Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you, President Tracy. I want to thank Councilor Shannon for raising her hand and starting this conversation. My perception of what's going on is we have heard from two diametrically opposed positions, and each side is trying to spin an action of this council to support their position. I appreciate, in addition to the options that City Attorney has put forward, I think using this public forum to articulate where we're coming from is yet another option. I would agree with Councilor Shannon that I am concerned with the language that was in, I mean, and just for the public's benefit to read it, the language that's there that is being stricken makes it a crime to restrain and suppress houses of ill fame and disorderly houses, and to punish common prostitutes and persons consorting therewith. We heard, you know, through this process that the city has not relied upon that or brought an enforcement action under that in years, or at least as far back as anyone could remember. We also learned during this process that state statute continues to exist, and that was the mechanism by which the police were dealing with trafficking and prostitution. I've heard nothing tonight that leads me to believe that, you know, we have that language. I don't think we can come up on the fly with better language. I think we should continue to rely on state statute. I would also support moving forward with this charter change process rather than at the 11th hour to try and rejigger it. But with the message that at least my vote, I don't speak for anyone else, is not sending a message that I support decriminalization at a state level. And I'm prepared to rely upon that and advocate for that if this does move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. I have Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I just want to clarify a couple of things. It's my understanding that, and this is Attorney Richard, the most communities do not have legislation like that. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I can actually give you a little bit more information about that, just simply researching this question. There's approximately, in my review of city charters, there are 7 municipalities that have either prostitution or prostitute language in their charters for the regulation, or as the case may be, suppression. There are the 3 of them are villages, one is a town, and 3 are cities, and that includes the city of Burlington. There are 2 other municipalities that have charter provisions regarding houses of ill fame, but do not use the word prostitution in their charter. And then there are approximately 7 more municipalities, all villages, that have language that refers to disorderly and gambling house, but do not reference prostitution. So trying to capture sort of a broad circle, I can characterize the municipalities that have this are, there's only 3 cities: Burlington, Rutland, and Newport. 4: Burlington, Rutland, Newport, and Vergennes. Then there's only 1 town, which is the town of Chester, and then there's a series of villages. Now, I don't have enough information to really speculate as to why it's mostly villages that have it. I think the likely reasons may be that this language, and I should say all the language, seems to be of the same quality and the same sort of origin. So I suspect it probably dates to a similar time period. So it may be early 20th century when a lot of these independent, or late 19th century when a lot of these villages were formed. And they may have included that language sort of as boilerplate as part of it. Now, it may also be because as a village, they were dealing with more urban problems than a more rural town that might not have the same sort of issues with either houses of ill fame, as they were referred to, or prostitution. So there's only about 16 municipalities. As I said, mostly villages, 4 cities, and out of those 4 cities, only 3 of them, Rutland, Newport, and Burlington, actually use the word prostitution or prostitute. The rest, the city of Vergennes, just simply refers to houses of ill repute, or ill fame, I'm sorry. And so in that respect, this is fairly limited when you think about there's over 153 just towns alone in Vermont, not counting villages in them as well. So this represents roughly less than 10% of all municipalities. I'd even go as low as, I think, well, I wasn't a math major, so I won't go any lower, but it is a fairly limited. It seems to all date from a certain period of time because the language follows from charter to charter. So this isn't, Burlington's not the only municipality that had this type of language, but most of them, most of the municipalities in Vermont do not have this language. Now, some of them may regulate by ordinances, and I'll use Montpelier as an example. Montpelier has an ordinance against prostitution, but it refers to a section of their charter that no longer exists. So arguably, Montpelier has about as much legal authority to regulate prostitution as it does to regulate Berlin Pond, which is to say not much. But nevertheless, it is on the books, and I suspect there may be other municipalities with ordinances on the books. But as far as charters go, there's only those 7 municipalities that actually even have the word prostitution in their charter.
Thank you. That is what I understood, and I guess has pointed the fact that prostitution, for example, hasn't become a booming business in Colchester and South Burlington and Essex. Just sort of generally speaking, I think we are better off tackling the serious issues of human trafficking on a state level, and we need to be cohesive. I was very moved by a lot of the testimony, so we need to think how we do that better. But removing this provision does not seem contrary to our desire to really deal with human trafficking, nor does it seem like it promotes prostitution, since really most of the rest of the state, it's quote already legal, or not. It's not legal under state law, but there's nothing in the town prohibiting it.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. I will go to I have Councilor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Councilor Freeman, for all this conversation that you have started here. But from my perspective, this is the most compelling, let's say, listening session that I have ever had assisted as part of a charter, a ballot going to the to the voters. And to tell you the truth, I am no longer, comfortable in one point to just advance this tonight here, right now. That's exactly where I am. And from the perspective that Burlington is the biggest city in the state of Vermont. And also we know there are a lot of other elements associated to prostitution, we heard arguments about, drug dealing. We heard arguments about, all types of crimes. And we don't want this city to become a hub about, prostitution. And right now, City Attorney Richardson, I was just wondering, since we are here, it doesn't seem we have any amendments to amend this language, and was just wondering what are our options in basically putting a break into it at this point. Is there any path forward that we can pause this, send it back to the committee? What do you suggest on that?
Sure. I mean, if you wanted to send us back to if you wanted to not send it on to the voters, that this is what this meeting is for, and the way charter change provisions work. When you take public testimony, if you, as a council, decide to, you could vote to, there's a motion on the floor. So from a parliamentary point of view, that motion would have to be resolved either through an amendment or a vote, and then you would move, if it was not passed on to the voters, you would move to remand it to the Charter Change Committee for further consideration.
Sorry, can we make a motion basically to just send it to the charter change, or which we have to vote on the motion on the floor right now?
You have to vote on the motion on the floor, just because that's the pending motion, and so that has to be resolved one way or the other.
Okay. And if the motion passes, does it require 2/3 or just the majority of the council?
Just a simple majority.
Okay. And if it doesn't pass, then we can make a motion sending it back to the. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Freeman.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just wanted to quickly address some of the concern I was hearing about, will the character of Burlington change? Will there be a significant change? Hearing Councilor Jane's comments about, will there be an increase in violence? These sorts of things. I think it's important to note that we are not prosecuting this currently. It's as Attorney Richardson mentioned. It's a decision of us, of the city, of the administration, how much we sort of enforce this in terms of regardless of the ordinance and the charter. And we have not enforced this really actively for quite some time. I think the change is significant in that it formalizes that and it codifies something that, as we've seen with the World Health Organization, ACLU, leading health experts and legal experts have indicated and shown that this is a sort of modernization of policy for the safety of sex workers, but also of really anyone, because it reduces violence. And that is, from what I understand, is in alignment with the practices of the state attorney's office, that they are also not interested in prosecuting this. So the state is moving to modernize our policy. And I think, Councilor Carpenter, to your point, we are in the minority as a municipality for having this on the books. It's not an issue, or there's not the sort of the fears that are being promoted as this is going to become a rampant violent issue is just not founded in the reality. What we do see, though, is like I mentioned before, which was reported on by 7 Days, is we had a sex worker in Burlington who was strangled by a client, and then when there was the idea that we're going to support this person, people scatter because they're afraid. And as someone who has worked very closely with folks who are victims of sexual harm, of sexual violence, domestic violence, as someone who has experienced many of those things personally, and feels really, I feel real strong. This issue really resonates with me, and I hear what you're saying, Councilor Mason, that it feels like there's sort of these polarized sides that are trying to make these like sort of really strong cases and just sort of are diametrically opposed. But if I didn't believe that the evidence was there to support this in every way, I understand that you feel like that there feels like there's sort of two conversations going on, which is one to modernize our policy, and then also this sort of broader conversation around legalization or decriminalization, which are two separate things. And I do not support legalization, just for the record. But if I didn't feel that this change and also changing the conversation around, as Councilor Hightower said, sex laws in general in the country, nationally, in our conversations, I really, the data is there, personal experience to show that this is what, and I mean, again, the World Health Organization, the ACLU, I think, leading public health experts, legal experts show that this is the best way forward. So it sounds like there is, as I think before, there are folks who support this change from a difference of perspectives, and I think we can continue to have that nuance with our constituents. I hear, Councilor Mason, you said basically, if the state looks to decriminalize, I won't support that, and I think that's fair for you to advocate for that, and I would love to have more conversations with you about that to offer my perspective. But there are different ways to move forward from this point, but I think from a governance perspective, this is the right way forward, especially since from a law enforcement perspective, from the state's attorney's office, we are not prosecuting this. And in the reality of it is that there's not going to be this sort of like, city of violence that's created from this change. I think it's more a smart change in terms of the city charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. It is 10:30, so Councilor Mason, are you prepared to make a motion on suspending the rules?
Yes, President Tracy, I would make a motion to suspend the rules. If we were in the same room, I would have a better sense for, I believe, items 601 through 607 are all time sensitive. I don't know about 608, which is the creation of a new position, digital media reaction specialist, redaction. I forget. I will just make the motion to take up the remainder of our deliberative items.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Is there a second to just complete the deliberative agenda as a motion to suspend the rules? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Any discussion? Councilor Paul.
So I'd like to find out on item 607. I would want to know whether or not that can be done on the 31st of January as opposed to this evening. And item 6.08 that was removed from consent. You know, we have a terrible record of doing very important work at midnight, 12:30, 1 o'clock. We have several items that are left. If we can do item 6.07 and 6.08 next week, then I think we should do it.
See, Mayor Weinberger flipped on your camera. Mayor, did you want to speak to that?
I believe 6.07 I'd be interested in Dan's take on this, but it's before the end of the month, and I think action that night would avoid any kind of gap in the mask mandate policy. So I think that could be delayed. The 6.08 item will. I don't know if Chief Murad is still with us. We'll have an impact of a week on the creation of a position. It's one that's been sought by the police commission and others, but I think that would be the impact of it. If it was needed dealt with quickly, I think it would be fine. We could probably not have a major impact for delay of a week.
Okay, Councilor Paul, did you?
Yes, and I would ask if the sponsor of item 6.03 feels that resolution could wait until next week or not. Obviously, it's their choice, and we would all honor that. But I would just ask that question.
Councilor Jang. Councilor Jang, you were asked if the resolution regarding the 6.03 is time sensitive or if it could wait till next week.
It's not time sensitive, but it can wait until next week.
Okay, and then Councilor Paul, did you want the Chief Murad to also address 6.08 as well?
I thought that actually the mayor had already done that, but that I don't need to. No.
Okay, so are you gonna, based on what you've heard, Councilor Paul, are you going to make an amendment to the motion to?
Yes, I would amend. Thank you, President Tracy. I would amend Councilor Mason's motion to move forward with items 6.04, 6.05, and 6.06. The other items to be done at the meeting on the 31st of January in 1 week.
And just so I'm clear, that also includes completing 6.02. The current discussion that we're
Yes.
Okay. So we have an amendment from Councilor Paul, seconded by Councilor Shannon. Any discussion on the amendment?
I wasn't seconding, actually. I'm sorry. I inappropriately.
Second from Councilor Mason. Is there a discussion on the amendment?
I just wondered if I feel badly when at the 11th hour we have something that was on our consent agenda. It was put last on our agenda, and it probably would take 2 minutes to resolve it. Now we're not doing that. So I would just ask that the items that we're not taking up tonight, that we take them up first on our next agenda. And prior to public forum, because we've already had public forum that allowed for public forum on these items.
Thank you. I'll note that request, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you.
Council, any further discussion on the amendment to suspend the rules? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on the amendment to the initial amendment to the initial motion to suspend the rules to complete items the current item 6.02, and then 6.04, 6.05, and 6.06 with the other items to come at our subsequent meeting. Is everybody clear? Okay, let's go to a vote on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and we are back to the original motion as amended. Any further discussion on that? We're essentially voting on the same thing now. Councillor Shannon.
Oh, we haven't voted on the, never mind.
Yep.
Sorry.
Any further discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to suspend the rules as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and we've suspended our rules to just complete items 6.02, 6.04, 6.05, and 6.06. We are now going to continue with the discussion in which we were engaged prior to this, prior to that motion and I had Councillor Shannon in the queue.
Thank you. I appreciate the contributions that many councillors have made to the discussion that I kind of requested. I feel like I'm in a hard position because I want to be an ally to the victims of sex trafficking and an ally to those who are fighting for them. And those people have come to us tonight and asked us not to do this in no uncertain terms. And as I said before, they have a lot more expertise than anybody at this table. I think there's a lot of fear about the motivations of our actions, but I have to look at the merits of our actions. And the merits of this action, I can't, after hearing from the city attorney, I can't defend the existing language. I can't defend keeping it in our charter. And if I thought that there was better language we could be putting in our charter, I don't think it's urgent to get it out of the charter. It's useless. As Councillor Mason pointed out, it's never been used in anybody's memory. But I don't see any path forward that has us put better language in our charter because it's just not an appropriate place. It's not how we are prosecuting this in Vermont. I have concerns about where the state might go. I want to say unequivocally, I don't support, well, I can support amending existing language and more appropriate language. I want to be sure that whatever we do gives those that are prosecuting sex traffickers and defending the victims of these crimes have every tool that they can in their tool chest. But this is not a tool in the tool chest. It's not a usable tool. So I can't see any reason to keep it there. And this is not the tool chest that anybody is going to open to find tools. It's going to be the state language. And so with that, I will continue to support this. I was considering amendments, but I understand, there isn't a good alternative that that could be forthcoming. I could support the idea of sending it to committee if I thought we could do better, but I don't think that we can do better. I don't think that this language is needed. I don't think the charter is the appropriate place for it. And so with that, I will support the language.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, President Tracy. This is my first time where on the council where we're moving charter changes like this. So I have a procedural question about when if we approve this tonight, is there like a memo that will be drafted by either the city attorney or the administration to explain the charter change that we're doing? And if there is, could we be explicit and intentful about the language we put in there, communicating to voters that, the points we're making here tonight, that we're not actually decriminalizing or legalizing sex work in any way. We're simply falling back on state language so that I guess my point is that I'm trying to look for a way to dispel the sort of beliefs on both sides, the polarized sort of speech we heard tonight, where both sides are looking at our action and coming away with sort of different views of what we're doing. So we could be explicit about that. Is there a memo that comes out that communicates the ballot question that we're going to put forward? I guess that's directed to maybe Attorney Richardson.
Sure, Attorney Richardson.
Sure. Normally not. So to be clear, unless the City Council votes to amend the charter change language, it essentially stands as it is. Now, my office can prepare essentially a legal memorandum, and what I've deemed to be like a public memorandum that would outline the legal implications as my office understands of this charter change, but it's not official ballot language, nor would it be anything other than a public memo that would be available to the public, representing the opinions of my office. But normally there's not an explanation. Charter changes are often driven by either council or advocates that then go through in some political process of persuading voters. And that's not really the function of my office. I mean, certainly if the council itself wants to pass a separate resolution, directing or encouraging the police to, continue to enforce all statutes, it can do that. I mean, the police still do that. It's not as if they're waiting on council. But if council wants to send a separate message, but at least for my office, I can certainly draft a public memo to that effect.
I think that would be helpful for me. I mean, I do agree that we need to strike this language, and I don't have anything to offer in its place right now. But I am troubled by the fact that folks think we are decriminalizing, because I also do not support decriminalizing, and legalization, but I don't support the language that we have now either. So if we were to be able to have a communication to share with voters, I mean, I've been telling them that, referring them to Title 13, but yeah, that would be helpful, I think, and the run up to town meeting day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. I don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, let's go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Barlow,
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter,
Yes.
Councillor Jang,
No.
Councillor Freeman,
Yes.
Councillor Hanson,
Yes.
Councillor Hightower,
Yes.
Councillor Mason.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councillor Paul,
Yes.
Councillor McGee,
Yes.
Councillor Shannon,
Yes.
Councillor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
The motion carries, meaning that the language will go on the ballot for a town meeting day vote. We will now move on to we decided to not take up 6.03 this evening as part of the motion to suspend the rules. So we will move to item 6.04, a resolution regarding the public improvements and securing indebtedness for the downtown TIF district. Councilor Mason, may I please have a motion?
Thank you, President Tracy. I'd like to make a motion to waive the reading and adopt the resolution as drafted and ask for the floor back after a second.
I have a motion from Councilor Mason. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hightower. Go ahead, Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. The hour is late, so I will be brief. I would like to start by thanking Directors Pine, Spencer, CAO Shad, and the administration for their work on this matter, both leading up to this vote in terms of the public hearings, as well as sharpening the pencil. This resolution seeks to empower the voters in Burlington to accept or reject a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make transformational investment in public infrastructure without raising taxes. The ballot item I am supporting putting on the ballot seeks voter approval to borrow $29,920,000 in addition to the previously approved $10 million and adding that to the downtown TIF district. If approved by the voters, the repayment of this borrowing will be paid from incremental property tax revenues from the downtown TIF district without raising property taxes on Burlington taxpayers. If approved, these funds will be used to rebuild Main Street to the city's Great Street standards from South Union Street to Battery Street. The project scope also includes relocation of a portion of the ravine sewer, which is currently an impediment to the redevelopment of the parking lot at the corner of South Winooski and Main Street, as well as the super block, which has been talked about for years. That was something at least that was unknown to me and came out through this process. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in approving this resolution, putting this before the voters on the March 1, 2022 ballot. I would also note that there are members of the administration here to answer any questions that the council may have, although I can't see them on my Zoom screen right now. Thank you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Councilor Mason. Before we engage and open it up to discussion from the council, Directors Pine or Spencer, did you have anything that you would like to add for the council?
Given the hour, I think Councilor Mason did a great job of summarizing comments that I would have made if I'd had the opportunity. So I'm here to answer questions if needed.
Okay, great. Same thing, Director Spencer? Okay, awesome, great. So the floor is open. Any councilors wishing to speak to this item? Councilor Freeman.
Yes, I just wanted to speak quickly. I think I might be the only councilor opposing this tonight. I have pretty consistently opposed the TIF model as a financing model. I still support it. I know I appreciate former councilor Pine being here tonight. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm having. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Thank you.
Sorry. Being a proponent of this, we've discussed it, at many points with years. I still just don't feel convinced. I know that puts me, I think, in a minority of in terms of this body, and maybe broadly, but it's not there on it. And so, tonight I'll be voting no. Might be 11 to 1 votes. I've taken a few times, and yeah, I'll just keep it brief. It's late.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Tracy. I was wondering if someone from the administration could speak to the feedback we got during one public comment speaker about the risk of having to find a way to pay the debt service on the TIF bond if the increment didn't materialize. I guess my question is, has that ever happened in Burlington? And can you also speak to what actual risk you believe there is as it relates to this project?
Sure. Director Pine?
Sure. The business of anticipating and estimating risk in the future is one that I try and stay away from as much as possible. But I would say that there's a few key things that are in I think in our favor in terms of mitigating the risk. One is that the growth in values in the downtown TIF district over the last decade have been 66% over a 10-year period, so roughly 6.6% annually, some years more, some years a little bit less. We projected the growth in value over the next 14 years of this district would only need to be going up annually 1%. 1% a year. It also assumes there's no change in tax rate, no change at all in 14 years. So that's a worst case scenario. And in a worst case scenario, there's sufficient growth in taxable value in the TIF district to service the debt that's going to be incurred by issuing the bonds for this project. So we do believe that there are 3 very likely projects to go forward, which will enhance the taxable value in the TIF district as soon as those projects come online. And there will be others as well, but we're trying to be really careful, really cautious, and really very conservative. In addition, VEPSI has to review our financing plan before we go to market. So when the city goes out to issue bonds, there's another layer of review. And I would just say, in the experience in Burlington, since the first TIF was created in 1996, this has never happened in the 26 years that Burlington has been using tax increment financing to fund public improvements. And unless somebody's aware of a big federal source that we all aren't aware of, there's not some other big pot of money available to do this. So we're really looking at this investment as this is the chance to do it, and we have until next March to do it. So I think that's why it's especially critical at this point.
Okay, thank you. That was super helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. I have Councillor Hightower to be followed by Councillor McGee.
And apologies, Director Pine actually just addressed what I was going to, so I will leave it.
Okay, great. Councillor McGee.
Thank you, President Tracy, and thank you, Director Pine and Director Spencer and the administration for the many presentations we've gotten on this project over the last couple of months. I'm going to be supporting this tonight. I think that the TIF as a model for funding these projects is flawed, and I do hope that we can get some movement from state and federal leaders to find a better way to do this in the future. But I do acknowledge that this is a very important project for us to get done, and that these infrastructure improvements are crucial. So for that reason, I'll be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor McGee. I don't have any other councillors in the queue. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Jang, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, President Tracy. Thank you. But I want to particularly, say thank you to Director Pine and Mr. Mayor. And I think for the first time as a city councillor, I have never had a better understanding about how TIF works until this year. And I think, the consultant, David, has a way of explaining things to a third grader that's very clear and also very concise. And Director Spencer, I think that what you guys have already planned for, Main Street, I think it's beautiful, it's amazing. And I, was amazed by, what it will also entail in terms of safety, in terms of mobility. And most importantly, I think this would be a project that will at least allow the city to be able to have a land that we can develop, that parking lot, because what's underneath is so, it's archaic. And now we have a land that we can develop, and we, just like what the mayor used to say, Burlington should not become a boutique city. And now I think I welcome this type of development. And I love also the way that the risk associated with it is almost impossible or almost minimal. So I am very happy and supportive of this. And thank you all, Mayor's team, for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Don't have any other councillors in the queue. We're ready to go to a vote. Okay. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Barlow?
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councillor Jang?
Yes.
Councillor Freeman?
No.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
The motion carries, and that will also go on the town meeting day ballot. Brings us to another town meeting related item, which is a proposed increase to the general fund tax rate, which I believe we have an amended resolution, but I will go to Councillor Paul for an emotion on that.
Thanks, President Tracy. So I'd move the amended resolution, waive the reading, and would ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Is there a second? Second from Councillor Carpenter. You have the floor, Councillor Paul.
Thanks very much. As Councillor Mason said, the hour is late. This is a challenging item, and I don't think there's any question that the last thing that any of us at this virtual table want to do is bring forward a resolution requesting that the voters approve a tax rate increase. The past few years that we've all been gathering, most of it remotely, have been a struggle for many in our community, really unlike no other in modern history. We faced a perfect storm of social challenges, hopefully getting closer to the end than the beginning of a pandemic. And we're seeing a lot of the scars and consequences of 2 years of economic strain. I'm sure that I am not alone on the council in saying that I've heard from constituents that we as a council and an administration are out of touch by moving this tax rate request forward. And I don't believe that we are out of touch. In fact, in many ways, I feel quite the opposite. We're in touch with our priorities for city services. We're in touch with our commitment to being responsible stewards of city finances. We're balancing needs, and we're prudently budgeting on the revenue side, given many revenue uncertainties, to ensure that we maintain our unassigned fund balance, that we preserve these precious ARPA funds that we've all been talking about in wanting to address, major priorities like addressing houselessness, and that we're prudently asking for a modest tax increase at a particularly interesting time when other tax rates are going to be declining. I think there's a couple of takeaways that I just want to mention about why I think this increase is something that we can support and feel that it's the right thing to do for Burlington at this time. For many years, and I have spent a lot of time thinking about economic indicators for a large part of my professional life. For many years, decades, in fact, this country has not had to worry about inflation. Most people will just say, well, CPI, it must be between 2 and 4%. And since 1982, we've been thinking that way. This is a very unusual time in our economic history. Lagging economic indicators are finally coming back at us. And we've seen the largest quarterly rate increase in 18 years. It's brought on by worker shortages, by pressure on employers to catch up with pay freezes and layoffs that were deployed in order for businesses to survive during COVID. But, despite a 7% increase in inflation, which is by far the largest component of the overall increases that we're seeing in this budget, they make up 71% of the overall increase. despite 7%, we're only seeing a growth rate in the budget that is expected to be 2.7%. And even with this increase, the 5.8% request will still be below the rate of inflation, which maintains our track record of managing to hold the line on spending, acknowledging our high property tax burden by remaining under inflation for the past 10 years. And that is no small accomplishment. But to not pay attention to such high inflation, which erodes everyone's purchasing power, would not be responsible. And to use the unassigned fund balance to a precarious level would also not be responsible. To balance our budgetary needs, we are using some of the ARPA funds, but to use ARPA funds at the peril of being able to address other global issues in our community would not be responsible. So we have to balance our revenue sources, and to do anything less would just not be prudent. It wouldn't be good long-term planning, including factoring in the fact that, we're talking a lot about debt, whether it's for infrastructure or for the high school. We need a good credit rating in order to be able to go and continue the debt management that we have and that we'd like to have in the future. So, unlike, as we know from the memo, unlike most years, the school department will be asking for a 7% decrease or approximately thereabout. So even with this rate increase on the municipal side, we're still looking at an overall tax decrease. And, I would just say in closing that, we're a city that values many priorities. We want responsive public safety. We want a cultural landscape, arts, and a good library. We want strong and effective equity initiatives that speak to our core values. We want our streets plowed, our recycling picked up. We want, and we also want great employees. These are all valid and important priorities. I guess what I would say to those people who are concerned about a tax increase, that none of us want to go to voters and ask for a tax rate increase. And I think that we all do understand and do not take this lightly. I hope everyone that's listening can appreciate that we as counselors live among you and we take this request seriously. As we know, this request comes before their firm budget figures and with exactness. And the public can be assured, I believe, that we all feel that we will be vigilant in reviewing the budget and pressing for reductions in the months to come before the beginning of the next fiscal year. We have to go to the voters in March for a tax increase before we have finalized the entire budget. But I believe that doing so is the prudent thing to do. And there are significant repercussions if we don't. And I would just say that I think together as a community and as a council that we can honor our priorities and values with this tax increase and move forward together on this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. The floor is open. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, President Tracy. I really do appreciate all the work that's been done to minimize the shortfall by using, federal money, but I'm not ready to support a higher tax rate right now. The inflationary pressures that the city is feeling are being felt by city taxpayers as well, and many taxpayers have already had significant effective tax increases as part of the reappraisal process. Homeowners and businesses are having to consider ways to manage inflationary pressures by reducing or delaying some spending. And I think it's reasonable to expect the city to do the same. I know we're early in the budget development process, but I would like to see what we might be able to do to find efficiencies, even if it requires using additional ARPA money for revenue replacement, or as we emerge from the pandemic, consider revisiting property values for those commercial taxpayers who may be able to take on a bigger share of the tax base as businesses pick up again. So ultimately, we might have to raise the municipal tax rate, but given where we are right now and coming on the heels of the reappraisal, where many taxpayers are already paying more and feeling of inflationary pressures, I don't think now is the time. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Carpenter.
Thanks. I appreciate all of these concerns from my fellow councilors. I think Councilor Paul really articulated it very well, though. I think it would be irresponsible for us not to go forward. We have used ARPA money to fill the gaps. We have to go through the full budgeting process. We need to trust that we will be prudent, but we need to be prepared to have this tax increase now. I don't think we're prepared at all to cut the level of city services that would be necessary if this doesn't pass. And as we pointed out, in total, this actually, we will have a tax decrease. So even though this is an increase for city services, in combination with our other obligations, we will not necessarily see an increase. And if we're prudent in our budgeting process, which we absolutely need to do, we may not need all of this. There may be more opportunities at the federal level. I've never known the city staff to not take advantage of a federal opportunity if it gets presented our way, but we won't know that until late into the spring. And so I just believe right now it's really prudent for us to go forward with this proposal, using the ARPA money we've put already aside prudently to stop gap as we've done and create a really modest but solid budget.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, Councilor Jang, that to be followed by Councilor Shannon.
Yep, thank you. And I just wholeheartedly agree with Councilor Barlow. You know, I feel like maybe we are listening from the same people, right? And anything that I say is just a repetition. I think my arguments will be better if I write them down, and also if I bring people to listen to me and we have conversation. And I would want back then, if we get there, for please, if we invite city council, especially the mayor or the office, to also engage, right? Voters love the city, right? Voters love this city, each and every single one of them. And you know, I can tell you from my perspective and from anyone who just connect with the people, this is their biggest issue: affordability. Affordability. And if you look at every city council, when we run for office, we all run on affordability, right? And I think everyone wants the city services, but time have changed, definitely. And this inflation, if it doesn't scare us, right? You know, let's also think about, you know, the most vulnerable among us, who loves this city, who saved to buy homes, right? To pay taxes, to want to send their kids to college one day, you know, and every single year almost there is an amount of tax increase, and it's coming almost everywhere. But this inflation has changed the dynamic. The reappraisal has also changed the dynamic substantially, and we should not ignore it. I urge my fellow colleagues to definitely change the way we actually do budgeting, because I don't know how can we approve a tax increase without looking into details, each department, what it entails. Participatory budgeting matters. And from my perspective, we've been saying this for quite a very long time. I am confident that even high school students are ready to engage, right? Constituency are ready to engage, but we cannot put this on the ballot first. and then say, okay, each department, which one do you need? Where can you find, alternative to save some money? Right? I think the biggest item in front of us is the Burlington High School. And we have to come together. We have to definitely work with the school district in order to make that dream a reality. A college town with no high school, I think this could have been our priority over the past 5 years. But we're competing. There is a sense of urgency to build a high school. And in order to get there, we have to make sure that our belts are tight and we work in collaboration, because what we have is just the voters here. They've been hit very hard with the reappraisal. And I think it would be definitely, and I urge you, all of us, to look into the way we conduct the business. And on top of this, we also want to put, that's another discussion. But I will not be supporting this tonight. And I appreciate all the hard work that both Catherine Child and Miro Weinberger have done in order to bring bring us this. And we have ARPA money. I think that should be our what we need to use, what we need to tap into, not even the reserve, for example. $9 million in reserve, $15 million left in ARPA. I think the reality is now, and also the reality is to give taxpayers a break. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Tracy. I had a question from a constituent that I think is going to be a question that many constituents have. And while the mayor did touch on it in the memo to us, I think it would be helpful to expand upon it. And her question is, the city received tens of millions of dollars in ARPA funds. Why can't the city tap that money? I know there are plans here to use some of the ARPA funds, but can you give us kind of a summary accounting of the ARPA funds and how they can be used to meet these needs, how they cannot be used, and what are the plans for them?
Sure. Mayor Weinberger.
Thanks, President Tracy. And thanks, Councilor Shannon. So important thing to understand about how we, about this proposal that we brought to you is that it does assume substantial use of ARPA dollars in appropriate ways for the FY23 budget. And it's actually projecting 2 years of the use of ARPA funds to support the annual budget. It's really there are two main ways that we are doing this, and then some smaller ones. But the main ways are that we are budgeting our revenues to fully recover from pre-pandemic, from the pre-pandemic period. We have many of our non-property tax revenue streams are very much dependent on activity in the economy. Our waterfront revenues related to events, our rooms and meals revenues, the revenues that we receive from operating campgrounds and a marina. All of those revenues, parking revenues, all of those and more have been dramatically impacted by the pandemic. We have assumed that those revenues are coming back and coming back at essentially the same levels that they were pre-pandemic times in our budget planning. We are setting aside a proposed $2 million this year and an additional $1 million in FY24 that will be revenue replacement reserves if those assumptions don't turn out to be true, if the recovery is slower or more uneven than we would like. So that is one important way that the ARPA funds are being used. The other is that we made together in the current year's budget in response to inequities and challenges that the pandemic laid bare. We have committed to significant new equity investments in the ongoing budget that we manage for the city, and those were detailed in the budget process last year in the budget memo. We used in the first year, and this year we've used entirely federal dollars to pay for those new equity investments. With this year's budget, we are starting to phase out, I guess would be a way to say it, the use of federal dollars for those new commitments, so that there is not a shock when the federal money runs out. This is something that has been done before. There's lots of precedent for this. For example, most recently and notably in recent years, when we were expanding the size of our police department, there's the way the federal program worked that encouraged the increase in the size of the police department is the federal dollars paid for the expansion of the police department, and then local dollars over time paid for more and more of those costs. We're essentially doing the same thing here for some of these new equity investments, and we're using $2 million of our ARPA funds over 2 years to phase those new investments in. Beyond that, one thing that's really important to remember about the ARPA dollars is the money cannot just be spent on anything. ARPA dollars are, there are restrictions on what the eligible uses of the ARPA dollars are. These are dollars that are supposed to help with there are a number of allowable uses. It is fairly flexible money as far as federal money goes. We certainly are going to use the money to help us with the continued pandemic response, as we are all experiencing. As this meeting tonight shows, we are not done with public health investments and direct pandemic related expenditures. We may need to use ARPA dollars more to get through future variant waves, and ARPA dollars would help us with that. We are planning for expanded recovery services for Burlington constituents to help Burlingtonians and Burlington businesses access the new state and federal funds that are coming down in various programs. We're going to use ARPA dollars to continue to pay for the Resource and Recovery Center that has helped thousands of Burlingtonians in various ways during this pandemic, and the expanded business support services that we have had during this economically tumultuous time. We'll be using ARPA dollars to support those activities as well. What ARPA doesn't just allow is for routine local costs that are not related to the pandemic, that are not related to the recovery, to just be paid for by the federal government. That's not the intent. The intent of ARPA dollars is not just to pay for inflationary costs. I think would be very we can certainly continue this conversation between now and the passage of the budget. We are not aware of substantial additional ARPA uses that would be budget relieving and sort of help with the tax pressures that we're talking about here. Similarly, the suggestion has been made that maybe we should use some of spend down our unassigned fund balance to alleviate tax pressures. There too, that we are in a strong position right now with our unassigned fund balance as a result of the work that we've all done together for the last decade. That strong unassigned fund balance has benefited the city in innumerable ways. It has helped keep costs off taxpayers by improving our credit rating. It is not a good financial practice to deal with ongoing costs by using one-time monies, which is what the use of unassigned fund balance dollars would be. So what we are concerned about here are what we've laid out in the memo are structural increases in the budget, largely as a result of inflation. and to use these one-time funds, unassigned fund balance funds, to address that. Perhaps there are ways that you could defer, you could kind of postpone the dealing with these issues later, but it is not good practice to use one-time funds for that purpose. I think would lead to bigger later troubles if we were to pursue that, which is why we propose it the way it is. Hope that's responsive, Councilor Shannon, to your question.
Floor is yours, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. Is the total amount of ARPA money 27 million? Is that correct? Do I remember that correctly?
Our initial allocation was 27 million. We, prior to now, in the various pandemic and everything that's happened up until now, we've committed $12 million already. So we have about $15 million remaining, uncommitted approximately. And the assumptions behind the proposed tax rate, as we've tried to be clear in that memo, assume that we will commit. We may not end up using, because some of this is we propose putting in reserves, but we would be essentially coming to you for separate action than tonight. But in the coming weeks and months, we in the budget process, really, we would be asking you to encumber 5 million of that remaining 15 million to so as to help essentially to manage the next 2 budget years in the ways that I just discussed. We'll also be coming forward, and we'll be ready for a detailed discussion about this. We're planning at the February 7th meeting, so 2 weeks from now, to share additional thinking on the plan for the balance of the 10 million, the 10 million remaining dollars within that $15 million total.
So the 5 million would be split between 2 years?
So the 5 million, it just breaks down this way. We are proposing putting $3 million into revenue replacement reserves, 2 million for the upcoming budget year, FY23. We're expecting another million. We're saying now let's set aside another million for FY24. Again, those are replacement reserves. If we don't need them, they would be released later and can be used for other eligible costs later. The other 2 million is for the phasing in, the phase out of the federal support of the new equity investment. So we'd be using approximately 1.2 million of that in FY23 and 800,000. I think if I have it about right, I think it's 1.2 million and 800,000 over the next 2 years.
Are all of the 1.2 million equity investments in REIB, or is that in other equity investments, like in hiring or employee support? Or
yes, there's a number of different investments that we made together, I think unanimously, in this year's budget, and they are in a range of different categories. The list is detailed in the memo tonight and in the budget memo. It's basically the same list as that was in the budget memo last spring. The major items in that are new investments in translation services and our language access plan, which is something we'd worked to better implement for a number of years. There is new investment in addressing the equity issues, trying to make the serving on our boards and commissions open up to more people by doing what the state has done for a number of years of paying a small stipend, modest stipend for people who are giving their time to city services. There's a substantial increase, almost $300,000 in paying the last group of city workers who did not receive a livable wage, that were not required by the livable wage ordinance, seasonal workers who have been with the city for less than 5 years. That was a change that we made in this year's budget, and that there were public health, 2 public health positions.
Can I just,
And then, so there were numerous other things. REIB was a significant part of it, but not the only thing.
I think I'm confused because I thought you were saying that you were asking for 1.2 million of the ARPA funds were being used for the equity investment. But in the memo, you were saying that's what's in the requested tax increase. So what you're saying is that you're talking about the money that we spent last year, and I'm trying to understand going forward what that money was used for. So I do understand that in this tax increase, there's 1.25 million for REIB. There's 150,000 for boards and commissions. And there's a number of other equity investments listed in your memo. Those are not being paid for out of ARPA funds. So those are that's a request for a tax increase. And am I somehow confusing these two?
Yes, I think, Councilor Shannon, you are somewhat confusing what we're proposing here. There is close to $2 million in total new equity investments that have been added essentially to the structural budget. They were planned as ongoing costs. They were approved with the clear indication that they would be ongoing costs in the current budget. It's about, that's approximately 2% of the total budget in these important areas. They were paid entirely and transparently with federal funds in the first year, but they are intended to be ongoing costs. And so what we have proposed is to lessen the tax impact and to minimize the impact of these investments on the tax rate. We are proposing continuing to use federal dollars for the next 2 budget years, a declining amount of federal dollars each year. And if we do it that way, as we've laid it out, it is a small part of the overall pressure that is driving the need for a tax increase this year. That's why it was accurate what Councilor Paul said earlier, that the great majority of this tax increase is being driven by inflation pressures.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that I don't agree with everything in this proposal, and particularly I'm concerned that we're paying boards and commission. We're asking for funding for boards and commissions when our school board isn't being paid. And that seems to me it should be a priority over paying people serving on boards and commissions with no, I'm very grateful for those who serve on those boards and commissions, but the burden on our school board is huge. And I know that they never feel the luxury to ask the taxpayers for the money to pay themselves. And I think that they should, and they deserve that, and that's what should come first. But ultimately, to vote against this budget is to vote against our city workers who have kept us all afloat through this pandemic. And I strongly sympathize with the taxpayers, the strain on the taxpayers, that even though this is perceived as, that it's an overall net decrease because the school isn't asking for as much money this year. So it's a good time to increase the municipal rate. And we've held the line for a long time, and all of those things are true. the residential taxpayers are paying a bigger tax bill than they ever have. So tax rates are one thing and tax bills are completely another thing, unfortunately, as we transition into the reassessment. So I will support this despite not really agreeing with all of it, because I think that we can have that debate as we go into the budgeting discussions. I think that there needs to be accountability in every department for what programs are delivering to city residents, and real measurable accountability in that process. I am concerned that we're asking for so much, because I think that the taxpayers may be willing to give us something and maybe they're not willing to give us this much, but I suppose we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. And I want to say specifically, with the largest increase that we're talking about here is $5 million in salaries and wages. And we have, I am for the first time serving on the HR committee under the leadership of Councillor Carpenter. And I have become acutely aware of how many positions we have open in the city, that private entities are more nimble and able to adjust their pay scales and their benefits package to meet the needs of workers today. And we're not moving very swiftly in that direction as a city, because we're a city and it's complicated. We need to be able to hire people for these positions, and for the city workers that are here, we have COLAs that need to be paid. And I wanted to just express my sincere gratitude to all of the city workers who have supported us, the residents of Burlington, through this pandemic, and especially the public works employees who are out there in the miserable weather, making sure that water is flowing to our homes and sewage is flowing out. So for that reason, I will be supporting this proposal on the ballot.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Councillor Jang.
Thank you, President Tracy. I just heard one characterization, basically, against voting against this is voting against like city employees. I don't think it's a fair characterization. Voting against this is voting in favor of supporting the taxpayers who would be hit mostly hard by inflation than the city of Burlington. If you look at the federal document, it states very well what inflation, which categories it will hit the most. But it's not basically, stronger municipalities that has over, let's say, $9 million in city reserve. It's completely wrong. And I think voting against this is also just getting people ready that there is a big item on the pipeline that we need to focus on. I think that's what it is. But now I have one question for the mayor. It seems the REIB, when it was created, it was even before the pandemic. I still don't understand as to right now why we haven't embedded REIB funding into the general budget since 2019. Why still in 2022, we don't know where the funding of the racial equity inclusion belonging will be coming from.
Was that Mayor Weinberger? Are you asking a question, Councilor?
President Tracy, I mean, it is true that we created the REIB director position in the fall of 2019. So there was one position in the pre-pandemic budget, but there's been a dramatic expansion of the department in response to since the pandemic started, and so that's why we moved quickly to during the pandemic to address equities that were laid bare in that period, and I can think clearer than they'd ever been, both locally and nationally. So, we were very clear together against Councilor Jang, the budget that was passed last year, that was approved. We were clear that we were making this very substantial expansion, and that we would need to work together to figure out how. We were clear that we were using one-time monies for it, and that we would likely need explicitly in the budget documentation that we would need to work together to figure out how we funded these new commitments longer term. And this vote tonight is one of the first examples of how we do that from my perspective, and how we find a way to make sure that we make good on the commitments that we made find a way to make long-term good on the commitments that we added to this year's budget, while also continuing the longstanding or more longstanding other commitments in the city budget. And this is an important step in that direction. I do want to be clear, I want to be clear that, because these are new commitments that are pandemic responses, it's appropriate and authorized by the federal legislation that we use the ARPA dollars in the ways that we are proposing. And I think that's, this is an important strategy for achieving these, achieving what I said we would have to work towards, of achieving these making this a long-term commitment. I want to be clear that if the council doesn't support taking this step tonight, or if the voters, are not able to support what we're proposing here, those commitments are as much, the more recent commitments are much as part of our commitments as any, and we will have to really go back. As we had extensive conversation at the Board of Finance, and as is in the documentation in both the resolution and the memo, if we don't succeed at securing additional revenues and need to make cuts, we'll be looking citywide in every department and in every program, and looking to spread the need for cuts out broadly. And we certainly will not be taking an attitude that the most recent investments are the first ones to go. That's not at all what is planned here in any way. And just want to be really clear about that.
Councilor Tracy, I think, yeah, I'm gonna stop asking questions because I don't want to go back and forth. But maybe the last question is specific to the unions that we have in the city. And it seems that most of them, they will be bargaining this year. We are asking voters a tax increase, not knowing exactly what those bargainings will entail. We made an assumption that there will be just, wage increases because of inflation, but we don't know the details about that. What I'm saying is about the process in which we're using to make the city budget. It's no longer about, 2018. Times have changed, and I think we have to do a much better job in bringing a structure where community members can have input, where also we already have all the details about all elements. I'm going to leave it to that. Sorry.
Are you all set, Councilor Jang? Okay, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I just didn't want my comments to be misinterpreted when I said that I may not have stated this correctly, but what I was trying to say is, as I think about this vote, I would feel that casting a no vote would be a vote against the city workers that I want to support. But that is in no, I don't mean that to be projected on any other counselor, really just my own thinking about my own vote and why I have decided to vote yes on this with some pretty deep reservations. So I apologize to Counselor Jang and anybody who is voting no. This is a hard decision, and I don't mean to say that that your vote is for that reason or should be interpreted that way at all.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Are there any further comments? I don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, let's go to a vote. All those, actually, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Counselor Barlow,
No.
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Freeman,
Yes.
Counselor Hanson,
Yes.
Counselor Hightower,
Yes.
Counselor Mason,
Yes.
Counselor Paul,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon,
Yes.
Counselor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
10 ayes, 2 nays.
That motion also carries and will therefore go on the town meeting day ballot. We are now on to item 6.06, which is a resolution regarding the authorization to issue general obligation bonds for capital projects. Councilor Paul.
Thanks, President Tracy. Would move the resolution, waive the reading, and very briefly ask for the floor back.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Mason. You have the floor, Councilor Paul.
Thanks very much. So we've been on quite a journey with this general obligation, this infrastructure bond. 57% of our voters supported it in December, but in order to get this past the finish line, we needed a little bit more. And so I don't know if everyone was in this boat, but I did hear from a lot of constituents that if they did not support it, the reason that they didn't was the Memorial Auditorium placeholder, that it was a little too murky, a little bit too vague, and a lot of money. And the new bond that is being proposed and was approved, or actually, was it? Yes, retains the important public safety, the 3 ambulances, the communications, and still includes a number of the infrastructure improvements, because we know that infrastructure improvements do not decrease over time, they only increase over time. So to not move forward with these, addressing some of these is only going to move us backward. We can't really continue to defer investments that we know that we need to make. So, and there have been some that have said that we should incorporate some of these somehow into the general fund as opposed to bonding. That is actually more costly, and it also is not really as fair over time. So the only thing I just want to bring to your attention, with thanks to Councilor Barlow, who encouraged bringing forward additional language for the resolution. And together we were able to incorporate that into the ballot language. So you'll see that there is in fact, I probably should have said that to move the amended version. Sorry about that. Just wanting voters to understand that at the very end of the ballot, ballot language, it says that if the city succeeds in securing other capital needs in excess, or other capital funds in excess of the current projections, which can be used in place of general obligation bonding, that the administration will prioritize taxpayer savings and may not reallocate bond proceeds to other investments, except with the explicit city council approval of that reallocation. So I hope that we can all support placing this on the ballot. It's a pared down version of the one that almost got voter approval. And hopefully we can move forward with this and get voter approval for this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. The floor is open. Councillor Jing.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Paul. Thank you, President Tracy. And I think I have stated all my arguments as to why I'm voting not in support of this tonight. And it doesn't mean that I'm not in support. I'm just not in support of the amount. There is a way as to why we need 2/3 of the votes in order for capital bonds to pass, because half of the population does not say the story of the rest. Right? 57, yes, it passed. But the people that I represent made a very strong statement a couple weeks ago. And from my perspective, we could have done a much better job to look into what is needed in terms of public safety, the communication devices, the ambulances, the fire trucks, and also the local funds we need to get prepared to welcome other funds in the city of Burlington. But we also know that, maybe by the spring, the state of Vermont will be getting over $2 billion in federal infrastructure. From my perspective, we have to get ready for that. It is all about timing, right? Those are the reasons as to why I'm voting not in support of this. And again, there will be a time we'll be invited to have a conversation about this. Let's engage the constituency more public engagement about this and what it entails in order for them to make an informed decision. People are just not happy, and people want a high school to be built. And from my perspective, that should be the top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. Don't have anyone else. Okay, let's go to a vote. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Barlow,
Yes.
Councillor Carpenter,
Councillor Carpenter, we couldn't hear your vote. I think you're on mute.
Yes.
Councillor Jang,
No.
Councillor Freeman,
Yes.
Councillor Hanson,
Yes.
Councillor Hightower,
Yes.
Councillor Mason,
Yes.
Councillor Paul,
Yes.
Councillor McGee,
Yes.
Councillor Shannon,
Yes.
Councillor Strongberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy,
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
That motion also carries and therefore will go on the town meeting day ballot. We have completed the items that we had said we were going to complete as part of the motion to suspend the rules. So a motion to adjourn is now in order.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor McGee, seconded by Councillor Jang. Any discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and we are adjourned at 11:49. I'll see y'all next week, everyone.